Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Ashidala Hembola Botenu, Abiama Yiska Babiako, Atakados, Shemeka Quados, Shemeka Lola Mae, Shamu Bele, Shabbat, Lasso, Shabbat, Lekoda, Tabigona, Bene, Elshua, Misha Shedami Masada, Shadara, Shamai, where Alex, where must be Shabbat, where not watch. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praises to thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. Upon the instrument of 10 strings, upon the psaltery, upon the harp with the sound. For thou, O Lord, hast made me glad through thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither the fool understand this. When the wicked springeth the grass, and all works of iniquity shall flourish. It is that nature shall be destroyed forever. But thou, O Lord, art most high forevermore. For though thy enemies, O Lord, though thy enemies shall perish, all the works of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shall I exalt like the horn of a wild ox. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eyes also shall see my desire of my enemies, and my ears shall hear the desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall flow like the sea of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and the revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of kindness, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right to see. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a leader, a head, a father, a husband in Israel, chief of liaison. To the chiefmen, princes, mother in Israel, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
I got some key points. I have a lot of key points to hit. And these key points are points that reveals to us and shows us how we need to be accepted by God. How we need to be accepted by God. The things that we need to do to be accepted by God. A mentality that is required to be accepted by God. We have to learn to let go.
Let go.
We have a hard time letting go. And because we have a hard time letting go, guess what comes after? Grudges. Grudges sets in. Grudges sets in after that. And then there are stages when you have a grudge. Because after the grudge, guess what happens after that? Hatred sets in. Hatred sets in. God commanded us to love our neighbor like ourselves. And if we love our neighbor like ourselves, then I would take the cause to your brother when there's a problem and not hold on to it and hold it as a vendetta over a person, which causes you to restrict you from being cordial, restricts you from welcoming and accepting, because God is against that. Deuteronomy 23. But we don't read the book to find out these things. Oh man, God cares about that? Yes. God cares about how you're welcoming people. How do you greet people? How do you treat people? God cares about these things because it denotes a person's ways. It denotes your ways, man. We're going to go into Deuteronomy 23, but not yet. But not yet. That's my father's word. He makes very emphasis in saying that. Not yet. So I have two key points in Psalms chapter 7. Okay? Psalms chapter 7, verse 3. Go to Deuteronomy 23, the reader. He said, oh Lord my God, if I have done this, that's a question. And he's asking God. He said, oh Lord, my God, if I have done this act, if I have done this, right? If there be iniquity in my hands. Again, when you look up the definition of iniquity, the word for iniquity in the Hebrew is awel. It means injustice or wrong. Okay? Now, what is injustice? What does it mean to be injustice? The definition of iniquity also means not just. So when we are not just with each other, iniquity is able to seep in. When we are not just with each other, that is what causes a breach in your spirit, an opening in your spirit when you're not just. All right? Okay? Injustice means lack of fairness or justice. Right? I said lack of fairness or lack of justice. What is fairness? What is unfair? To be unfair means unkind, inconsiderate, unreasonable. I haven't done nothing to you for you to show me any what? Animosity. Or to approach me in such a way. That's also lack of fairness. I said that's also lack of fairness.
It's not fair.
Like my father used to say, when we read, then we read. My father said, when we read, then we read. Your head is in the book. But when they're not reading, I would like all eyes to be on the teacher, please. Attention. Because I'm not speaking my words. I am speaking the word of God. And our job today is to hear what? The job today, us, we must hear our faults. We gotta hear our faults. And where we coming up short with God so we could be better. Unless you don't want to be good with God. Unless you don't have intentions to be good with God. So if you don't have the intentions or the mind frame or the purpose or the determination to be good with God, you see this? This is called the dalet, the petak, the opening. Nobody's chained to the chairs. You don't have chains wrapped around your ankles and wrists. Come here, let me bite your hand. You know what you got to do? Get up and leave. And guess what? When you get up and leave, I'm not going to despise you when you leave because God gave everybody a choice to serve God or not. So, I repeat, when we read, I would like for everybody to read. When the reader stops reading, I would like for everybody to pay attention to the teacher. Because I don't talk my own words. And everything I say, I show it in the book. I back it up with the book. Unfair means unkind, inconsiderate, unreasonable. Okay? This is all the definition of being of injustice or wrong. Now, King David said, oh Lord my God, if I have done this, if there was iniquity in my hands, if I have done injustice to anybody, if I have done anybody wrong. Huh? What he said next? If I had rewarded evil unto him that was at peace with me.
I started trouble with this.
You know what that means? And people do that. It's peace. But you was the person that started the mischief. You egged it on. You started the problem. He said, yeah, I have delivered delivered him that without cause is mine enemies. That's verse 3. So now we're going to skip over to verse 9. Psalms chapter 7, verse 9. Right? It states, and it says, oh, let the wickedness of the wicked come to an end. You know when the wickedness of the wicked come to an end? When they die. Wicked people don't change. If your destiny is to be evil and wicked, and not to change to be better before God, wickedness would never end with the wicked. They will continue to be wicked and evil, and they will not see the evil that's in them that they need to change. You know, that's the purpose of reading the book. I said the purpose of reading the book is to find yourself. The purpose of reading the book is to find yourself. This is a mirror. This book is a mirror. And if God allows you to find yourself, then guess what? God is with you. When people read and they don't find themselves in what they're reading, they look for other people's doings. Why don't you read and say, well, you know what? I have done that. I have moved this way. I have done this because my job is to take heed to myself. I said, my job is to take heed to myself, not to take heed to you. My job is to chastise you. My job is to rebuke you. I said, my job is to show you where you're going wrong at. But then after I done rebuked you and chastised you and showed you with the book where you're going wrong at, then guess what? The attention is brought back to myself. Okay? He said, but King David was a hell of a man. He said, but he said, establish the just. Someone told me to look up the definition of establish. And when I look up the definition of establishing the just, the Hebrew word for establish the just is kunan, kaf, shabuz, nun, nun. It means to firm, to prepare, to direct. Woo! So, if you are just, God will cause you to be firm with his laws. That's right. If you are just, God will prepare you for the external forces. That's what is right. The external forces? The external forces are the negative forces that's outside, that lures you and pulls you into doing things that is contrary from God. And it also means to direct. If you adjust, God will direct your feet. God will keep your feet. He will guard your feet and make sure you walk right with God. But in order to get these benefits, we must be just. So what is just now? What does just mean? Just means conforming or agreeing to the standards of God. Don't buck it because you dislike it. Don't buck it because this is something that's new to you. Don't buck it because you don't agree to it. Acknowledge. This is what God accepts, which means I must accept it. Sure. To conform means to be what? To be obedient. Sure. To hearken. To be obedient, to hearken, or compliant. To comply. To adapt oneself. To adapt oneself means to adjust. I gotta change. You gotta adjust yourself. You gotta adjust to the curriculum, to the standards that God has set up, to the rules. To the rules. Go ahead. Oh, hold on, I'm sorry. He said to the just, for the righteous God trieth the hearts and the reins. He said God tries the heart and the reins. So the definition of try, when God tries your heart and the reins, try, beit chet nun sofi. Beit chet nun sofi.
It means to try. It means to examine. It means to prove. And when God proves you, Lord have mercy. When God proves you, He puts you through certain situations. Wait a minute. Okay. Let's not jump the gun. All right. The reins of a man. When God tries the reins of a man or the heart of a man, so you gonna learn. I said you are gonna learn, and you will be able to detect when God is trying you, because God will put you in certain situations to see what is your choice. What's your choice? The choices that you take and how you move according to that situation. And then when you move contrary from what God said, you fail. I said when you move contrary from what God said, you don't fail the test. You don't failed it. Because God is constantly proving us. Guess what? I said God proves the woman now too. You know why God got to prove the woman? You know why? God didn't have to prove the woman back then. You know when God got to prove the woman now? Because the woman won't accept and submit to the will and the desire of your husband. So when you move according to your own will, Isha, or woman, or daughter, now you're standing on your own ground. Now you become responsible. See, this is why God didn't have to talk to the woman when the prophet approached the woman and said, hey, he said, what you doing? He said, why are you baking cakes to the queen of heaven? You know what the wife said? Hold up. Don't come at me with that, son. Don't come at me with that, my lord. All the men was my lords. She said, look. Don't you see our husbands over there? The angel of God appeared to Manoah's wife. How was she able to meet an angel of God if that woman wasn't right and godly in the eyes of God? How? We're speaking about women that followed their husbands in righteousness. I said in righteousness. And this is why God looked at certain women, and where Rebecca was able to prostrate, bend the knee, look up to God and say, oh Lord God. Isaac didn't inquire. This woman had the acceptance of God to be able to inquire of God and get an immediate answer. And she heard the voice of God. Listen, woman, God spoke to her. She said, there are twins in your womb. We got to look for signs. Those people ain't had to look for no signs. God spoke to them directly. And we think we better than these people here. You think you better. You can't criticize them. And that's another thing. That's another thing. That's another chapter. I ain't gonna talk that. This guy, he know my lessons. He start throwing things at me and want me to jump the gun. I don't know the lessons. He knows my lessons. Just on the same plane right now. All right. I said, so now, when God tried the reins in the heart and the reins of man, what are the reins? Now we're gonna understand what are the reins. So when you look up the definition of the reins, it's what? To control the actions or behavior of someone by force in order to stop them from doing something, or it limits the growth. This is deep. Because we have leaned towards our own understanding and leaned towards iniquity, God steers you and controls you not to do the thing that benefits you, because you have been limited to go past this certain level of righteousness, because you continue to do things that God hates. I said you continue to be contrary from God. So he limits you in your righteousness to where certain things that you do that is godly that will benefit you, God stop you. Yeah. God does that. God does that. And then, all right? So when God try your heart and your reins, he try you according to what? Your emotions. Your emotions. God try you according to how you feel. So now, according to my emotions and how I feel, is how I act. And guess what? You don't deserve it. Because the issue ain't with you. So therefore, I had to control my emotions and hold it back and give a godly reaction to this person. I'm going to show you what godliness is, man. I'm going to show you the ways of God and godliness. And everything I speak on be in the book.
That's right.
Everything I say is in the book. I don't talk nothing off the side of my head. Because anything that comes off the side of my head, you don't want to hear it. I'm trying to replace the things that comes off the side of my head with the God, with godly words, a godly thinking, a righteous thinking. But guess what? We don't move like that. Why we have a problem telling ourselves those things? Yeah, your thinking is off if it ain't the thinking and the thoughts of God. Your actions is off if it ain't the actions that's according to what God said. And this is what we need to realize. This is what we need to realize. Now, certain situations before you, to see how you handle it according to God's liking, according to how God decides. Let's go to Deuteronomy. Let's read Deuteronomy chapter 23. Time sheet.
He that is wounded in the stones,
okay,
or hath his private member cut off, shall not enter into the congregation.
He that is wounded in the stones, or had his private member cut off, shall not enter into what?
Into the congregation.
Into the congregation of God. So now I like to use the book to back up the book. Now what makes the congregation of God? What makes this the congregation of God? Because guess what? I'm going to tell you right now, people, and I'm about to bust your bubble. Laugh. I want you to laugh. This is not the congregation of God, guys. You know why? We have liars. We have thieves. We have adulterers. We got everything that's contrary against the laws of God in this room. We got people that transform. We got transformers. Where people only become Israelites on Shabbat. You have to be a Hebrew every day. This is why I always train myself and force myself to read this book every day so I can keep my mind according to God every day. The one day that I don't read, my mind delves off into atrocities. My mind goes into heathenistic mentality, and I despise a heathenistic mentality because God despises it. When you think like a heathen, and you handle situations like a heathen, and you handle things accordingly like heathens, I look at you and I say, you're a heathen. And what you think God said? When we handle situations according to our own mind, you look at us and call us heathens. He calls us pagans because we don't handle it according to what God said. What made these people the congregation of God? We had the tabernacle. And that tabernacle is the same blueprint, the same order as the temple. The same order. But it was in King David's mind to build a house for God. He said, oh Lord God, this house cannot contain thee. He said, but it was just a thought. He thought about God's name. God shows you when a person in Malachi chapter 3, it states, he said, the book was written for all those that fear God and thought about his name. King David's name is in there. You know who else thought about God's name? My father. Yes, sir. Before, without knowledge, we used to write God's name, Yod He Wav He, all over the house. And when we found out about writing God's name and desecrating his name, we stopped writing it. So the painters came to paint the house. And you see that dark spot? That dark spot got God's name there. And he commanded the painters, do not paint over God's name.
And he commanded one of his sons to stand
And then,
there.
after he commanded the painters not to paint over God's name, he commanded one of his sons,
Stand there.
dismiss all your activities. You honor your father?
That's right.
I said, do you really honor your father?
That's
Is he able to tell you to dismiss your activities and stand here?
Yes.
Oh, I'm a grown man. Yo, you being a grown man don't matter.
That's right.
It don't count. You ain't grown with your parents.
That's right.
So he commissioned one of us, I don't remember who, to stand here and be on point. And if they paint over God's name, he said, that's your butt. I'm not going at them, but you in trouble. So now the name of God is there, but it's going away on its own. That's when you think about God's name.
That's right.
Israelites, without knowledge, built an altar. Give me that. I said, Israelites, without knowledge, built an altar. Was it an altar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
It was awesome.
And you see this? This is the Most High name written in ancient Hebrew.
Yeah.
In other words, they call it what? What you said? What they call this? The word you use? Yeah. No, not the name, but what's the word? The Hebrew? You said in what? No, you said you use something else. You use a different word. I forgot the word you used. But this is the name of God, written in ancient Hebrew, right? It's called the Tetragrammaton. And they took the altar and threw it in the garbage with God's name on it. My father took the altar,
Broke it down, destroyed it, cut out God's name, and now he used it also. We got the Zikron, and he used it also and put it on the doorposts. Yes, sir.
You got to think about God's name. This is why it's not a good thing to be mentioned in the name of God.
That's right.
Because when you mention his name constantly, you done made it common.
That's right.
In almost 60 states, hold your tongue. For we should not make mention of the name of God. And I'm going to leave you with that. Don't come and ask me and tell me, can you say it in prayers? Can you say it this time? Can you say it here? Can you say it here? Can you say it over here? Can you say it just in prayers? God said, don't mention it. God have other names. El Shaddai, which is God Almighty. Another part of the book said his name is Jealous, or the Jealous One. Another part of the book said, I am that I am. He said, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He has attributes that you call him by. But leave God's name alone. All right? And also, we had a high priest. And God was actually among us. There was a time in history when there was no iniquity found in the seed of Jacob, which made God able to accept us. That was the only time where God was able to accept us, when there was no iniquity found in the seed of Jacob. Okay? And stay where you at, Chief. Right? So now, God just said that the eunuch would not be accepted. Right? The eunuch would not be accepted. He said because he's a eunuch. Right? But listen how important it is to keep the Shabbat and what keeping the Shabbat from polluting it does. Thus saith the Lord, keep ye judgment, and do justice. When you keep judgment, guess what? You know what keeping judgment is? Make sure that the penalties go forth. If a person violates a law or a statute or a commandment of God, the penalty and the judgment of God must go forth. Must go forth, because if the penalties and the judgment don't go forth, then I'm not keeping judgment. I'm not doing justice. And guess what? God gonna look at me like I ain't just because I'm not enforcing the rules. And if I see that this is an unjust area or an unjust place,
that don't enforce the judgment of God, I'm separating myself. Because I don't want God to look at me like I'm the same like you. Either I'm separating or you got to get up and get out of here, or before, get out of here. You're not accepted back in here until you make that situation good that you did that was unjust. And this is how we got to handle situations, man. We cannot allow, I'm talking about this camp, we cannot allow people in here to be treated unjustly and unfair. And I ain't standing for it. When I see it, and if I can't make, I'm put that, I'm out. God ain't going to charge me with nothing unjust. Nothing. So keep your hands to yourself.
That's right.
Don't think you're going to raise your hand on somebody and not get it raised back.
That's right.
Because if you feel that you can't get your hand, get it back under you, then I'm gone. And I'm going to tell God to, I do not agree with this. I do not agree with this heinous act that is against thee, O Lord. I'm gone. Because I don't agree with it. For my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed. Blessed is the man that doeth this. Blessed is the man that doeth this. Right? Blessed is the man that doeth this, and the Son of Man that lay hold on it, that keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it. I said that keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it. That keepeth the Sabbath from making it common. Now, how do you keep the Sabbath from polluting it? How do you keep the Sabbath from making it common? You got to read the book. I said the book shows us how not to profane God's day. All right? So when it speaks about keeping the burden or bearing the burden, what's his name? When it speaks about keeping a burden is anything that is carried. It did not depict or tell us how heavy it is or how light it is. A burden is anything that is carried. It never spoke about the burden of the mind. We add that there. We add these things there. We add these things there. Okay? Right? From polluting it and keeping his hand from doing any evil. Wait a minute. He said, blessed is the man that doeth this, and the Son of Man that lay hold on it, that keep it or observe the Sabbath from polluting it. So when I sit home and I'm able to go to a congregation and congregate with God, congregate and observe the Shabbat, but I decide to sit home, you pollute the Sabbath. Because God ain't said sit home. The only time people must sit home and view is when there is no congregation. You are not able to go to a congregation. So yes, stay home and view. I'm not down in the viewers. You must view. You got to view if you're not able to congregate. But if you're able to congregate, go congregate. Because that is the order and the curriculum of God. He said, and keeping his hand from doing any evil, which means we must be on point with ourselves. Not on point with you, but I must be on point with myself so that I don't get myself caught up in doing things that is contrary from what God said. He said, neither let the son of the stranger that joined himself to God speak, saying, the Lord has utterly separated me from his people.
That means somebody not treating.
Don't allow the stranger to feel like the outcast. Don't allow the stranger to feel like the sore thumb. Don't allow the stranger to feel like they are not accepted. So there is a treatment that comes with strength when dealing with people. I said there's a treatment that comes with dealing with people. And you can't tell me you didn't mean it that way. God not caring about how you didn't mean it. You know what God cares about? How you feel. What you said, boy? I didn't mean it, but he felt that way. But this is how she feels, and you made her feel that way.
Uh-oh.
You made her feel that way. By treatment, by how you treated the person, and what you said, and how you threw things in the air, and want the person to catch it. Not saying, not talking to the person directly. You know who do that? I said, do you know who do that? Men. Not the woman. Yeah. Men. Going into their 50s. Almost 60 years old. Throwing words in the air. Throwing subs in the air. Not telling you directly, but it's meant for this person. That's not godly. That's not godly. That's not godly. But we allow our emotions to get the best of us. I said we allow our emotions to get the best of us. And we start acting out of context, out of place with God. Huh? So the stranger is one that's not apart. The stranger is one that has left their nativity. There's a way to treat this person so that that person don't feel excluded or separated, left out,
Forgotten. Always forget this guy.
That's so bad.
Always forget her.
There's certain conversations that shouldn't come up.
Shameful.
If I'm a eunuch, don't talk about having kids and having
Well, that's your
babies.
problem. I'm calling it me.
I said, don't talk about having kids and having babies and how you're going to meet this girl.
Change the subject.
Because wicked people say, look at the eunuch and say, that's your problem. No, God teaches us to consider others. So because I consider you, I won't talk about certain things because you're going through it.
Right.
But we refuse to hearken to the ways of God.
Something that happened.
The ways of God is all through the book. But we don't read the book to seek out the ways of God, to seek out the things that God accepts, to seek out the way and the things that God disagrees with. We don't read the book for that. He said, for thus saith the Lord unto the eunuch that keepeth my Sabbaths and choose the things that pleaseth me and take hold of my covenant, even unto them will I give in my house, within my walls a place and a name better than the sons. You see how important it is to keep the Shabbat? Better than his own son. You see how important it is to keep this Sabbath day holy? God just said the eunuch will not be accepted. But when you read in Isaiah, he said, I will accept the eunuch because this guy here kept the Sabbath from polluting it. He said he chooses the things that pleases me. Ain't that, you don't hear that, man? I said he chose the things that please God. And by you choosing the things that please God, God will accept you. He will choose you. You will be the elect. See how God looked at Abraham and said, these are my elect. I said, you will be an elect or a chosen one of God because your choices are not your own choices. You have chosen the things that pleases God. And when you choose the things that please God, you don't disagree with the book. Continue to disagree with the book and you will not be chosen of God, men and women. So continue to disagree. Deuteronomy 23, time sheet.
He that is wounded in the stones.
Now, hold up. I'm sorry. I got a whole bunch of things there, man.
You got time.
Judgment. We're going to go into these words. Judgment is the ability to make godly decisions.
Godly decision.
That's what judgment is.
Just judgment.
Just judgment. Not my own judgment.
Righteous judgment.
Not my own decisions.
Uh-uh.
He said, or come to a sensible conclusion. What is the right thing to do? What is the godly thing to do? Judgment is the ability to understand something with wisdom, with the wisdom of God, and reach a decision. God judges us according to who we truly is as a person. I said, God judges us according to who you are as that person. You may portray something, but that's not you. It ain't you. That ain't you. That ain't you. Justice is the ethical idea that people are to be treated impartially. I said justice is the ethical idea that people are to be treated impartially and fairly by God's law.
No favoritism.
No favoritism. To ensure that no harm, no injustice befalls another, and a remedial action is taken if so. One brother looked at me and said, yo, man, he said, you can't stand for that. He looked at me and said, man, you stand above the people. I can't look at him and say, and the brother comes here and teach. The brother come here and teach. He comes here and visit. I ain't going to say his name, but the brother listening know what I'm talking about. I can't say, I don't got nothing to do with that. I don't want no parts of that. I can't say that because God is going to look at me as the same. I got to do just judgment, man. I got to do just justice. To pollute. Polluting also means to make common, right? When we become like the common people, we pollute ourselves by becoming like unto the common people. How do we become like unto the common people? You live like them, you think like them, you move like them, you do everything like the people round about. Dress like them. Okay? We pollute ourselves because we start doing things that God never prescribed. And that's the beginning of polluting yourself and making yourself common, making yourself and allowing yourself to accept the idea and the mentality and the type of thinking and the ways and the behavior of the common people. Okay? He said the stranger that joined himself, right? In the Hebrew it says niked. Niked means the foreigner. Niked means the alien. He ain't talking about the stranger. The stranger is the gear that lives among us. The Nakri is the foreigner or the alien that have made a choice to join. To join means what? Close association. To combine. To connect by having the same ideas because we think the same. So when we cleave, God said to cleave unto him. The beginning of cleaving to God is to think like God. The beginning of cleaving or joining God is to have the same ideas of God as God. Have these godly thoughts. So when your thoughts is contrary, you haven't cleaved to God yet. You haven't even joined God yet, but we jumped the gun and want to skip levels. It's levels to righteousness, man. The beginning stages of righteousness, it shows you. The first thing you got to do is believe. Believe is going to trigger actions. When you believe, you're going to cleave. You're going to join. I'm not going to join and be attached to nothing that I don't believe or trust. Back to Deuteronomy 23. Was it verse 2?
Verse 2.
Let's read it.
A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
All right. Let's go into that word bastard. All right. Let's go into that word bastard. Bastardas. That's my father's word. Bastardas. Okay. A bastard is a mamzer. A mamzer is an illegitimate child. What makes the child illegitimate? The child becomes illegitimate because the definition of illegitimate means what? A child that is born of parents that's not married to each other. We're not married. We was just shacking up. And we messed around and she got pregnant. The child was born. That child that comes from that is a bastard. All right? Today, marriages is not according with accepted standards or rules according to the way God says.
No marriages.
Okay? When you have decided to marry a woman, you must have certain credentials first before I marry or go into this woman, which requires a place for her to stay at, and you got to have a damn good job to pay all the bills. Go to work. But there are times where a man can go through certain situations like Tobit and be blind, and his wife was stepping in help.
That's real.
There's nothing wrong with a woman that's coming to help me. But don't get above your preachers. Always remain and maintain that humility. Because when you don't maintain that humility, hey, listen, God created Adam. And God created Eve from Adam's rib.
Right.
Which means woman came out of man. Right? The children is spit out and pushed out from the mother. You don't see the stage and the levels and the order. It also means not sanctioned by law. Okay? You know what not sanctioned by law is? I didn't give you my daughter, so why you went and had sex with her? Why you went and cohabitated? I'm sorry, I don't want to use sex because we had children listening to the teachings, and I don't want children asking their parents, what does sex mean? Cohabitate. I got to be more cordial and respectful with my words and know that certain words I should not be using while on the platform. I learned as I go. My brother told me that already. So certain words I can't use up here. So why did you cohabitate with my daughter without me giving her to you? What's your problem? It was a man that I went to in my young days. I was 17, 18 years old. And I had a crush on a sister named Leah. Her father's name was Chief Captain. Right? And I went to her father. He passed now. I went to her father and I said, yo, I like your daughter. I want to marry your daughter. He told me no. I said, okay. He left her alone. I didn't go and sneak up with her and link up with her in school behind her father's back. And I was a very young lad. I was 16, 17 years old, but still had some type of regard or consideration for the laws of God at that age. I still regarded the things that God regarded to a certain level, the level that I was at. And what got me that way was my father. My father got me like that, man. So now, not sanctioned by law. What causes a child to be bastards is incest. Incest is when a brother cohabitate with his sister. When a man cohabitate with his aunt, which is his father's brother's wife. That's the only time y'all are this. But my mother's sister is not my aunt. My mother's sister is my mother's next of kin. Read the book. Yes, okay? So, what does adultery mean? Adultery comes from the word to adulterate. To adulterate means to corrupt or to make impure by the addition of a foreign or inferior substance. This is a substance that is entering this woman's body that is inferior and foreign. So the body reacts to it. Do you know when a woman, it causes a chemical imbalance? A woman for years, her body gets accustomed to one man. And when she finally decides to walk away from that man and accept this man, you know what happens most of the time? It creates a certain, it creates a smell. Certain things start to happen with the woman's body. It throws off. It's a chemical imbalance within the woman's body. And I'm not talking this off the side of my head. It's all facts.
It's all over TikTok.
Okay? So now we're going to read and understand one thing. Do we know that some of the characteristics, here it is, of your past male partners, some of the characteristics of your male partners, the sperm, your body holds it. You done slept with Johnny 10 years ago, but Johnny's sperm, I keep saying it. Johnny's ejaculation, the seed of copulation, it remains and the woman holds it till she died. How? Because scientists done found it. Did an autopsy on a woman's brain and found the seed of copulation of other men. Okay, hear this now. Do we know that some of the characteristics of your past male partners can affect the baby that you have with your present man? We didn't know that, right? We didn't know that. I said, this is why a woman's body counts matters. This is why when you hear a man count and say, man, what's your body count? How many men you slept with? Because guess what? When your body count is high and you decide to settle down with one man, the body count and all the men that you have accepted, it affects the baby, the present baby. It affects the baby. Okay, hear this. Okay, now think about what God said about the woman becoming one with her husband. You hear not the science, but the meaning of a woman being one with her husband.
That's how she was designed.
Break it down.
She's designed that way, but she has accepted everything about this man. 100%. That she damn near become like him. And how she becomes like him is because when they cohabitate, his DNA is entering her. The pancreas is developed according to the male secretion, according to the male seed. That's how the pancreas is. So that's why when a woman have a baby, the first thing the doctor do is to separate the baby from the umbilical. What you call that sponge? From the placenta. Not pancreas. I said pancreas. And all y'all looking at me incorrectly. Every last one of you. I blame the woman. Look at my wife. She standing there looking at me with a straight face. She ain't said nothing. A straight smile. Now, the placenta, right, is connected to what? To the child with the umbilical cord. So now the doctors rush in there to disconnect the baby from the placenta, which is not supposed to be done. The baby must stay connected to the placenta to receive all the vitamins everything from that placenta.
Download. Complete that.
Tara, my sister, she took the baby home with the placenta on it. And the baby stayed on the placenta until the umbilical cord came off. My nephew is about, how old is Yoshida? Yadin? 8 years old. The little boy was reading from 1 year old. My nephew was reading from 2 years old books. And I'm sitting down, I'm listening to him, and he's reading from 2 years old. Graduate schools, he was able to read the Bible from 2 years old and not stumble over words. Because the doctors separate, and they use that, was it placenta again? Placenta, right? They use that placenta for vitamins. And they get tight when you don't allow them to act right. So when a woman suffers a miscarriage or is born, the cells, listen to this now. When a woman suffers a miscarriage or is born, or the baby is born, the cells are exchanged between the mother and the child. So that after a miscarriage or birth, the cells remain in your body for life. Scientists discovered when a woman becomes sick, who's a mother, they notice certain cells from her body going to the sick part of her body, trying to fight off the disease and the sickness. And those cells, what do you think those cells are? Those cells was the cells of your children that's been born or you had a miscarriage. So all the miscarriages and the children that's born, their cells remain in the mother and to protect and strengthen the woman from diseases and infections. Straight stem cells. Straight stem cells, man. You see how God developed the woman's body? You see how God developed the anatomy of the woman's body? He designed the woman's body that way. But God didn't have to explain that. He ain't got to explain it. Let's stick to the rules. Stick to the rules. He said you can't have more than one husband. Stick to one man. Do it. Because there's a reason why God said, don't sleep around. Tom Shitty.
Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Verse 3.
Verse 3.
An Ammonite or Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Now, an Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of God. Right? You know what that is? That is the prime example of the Most High makes exceptions for those who makes exceptions for his laws. Stop looking at people like they're strangers and foreigners, and he's white, and this one is pink, this one's yellow, or these new person. No. God will accept you if you accept God.
Not bad.
I said God will make an exception for you only if you accept God. So color don't matter, man. Color don't matter. White, black, whatever color you are. Just accept God and God will accept you. Look at Ruth chapter 1. I said, look at Ruth chapter 1. Ruth chapter 1, verse 8. Stay where you at, Chief. It said Ruth chapter 1, verse 8. And I'm going to show you the godliness of these godly and righteous women. A woman that God has chosen. And the reason why God chose her is because of the righteousness and her ways that she have in her. Okay? Ruth chapter 1, verse 8. You stay where you at, Chief Bikal, right? I'm going to hit the spot. It said, Naomi said, so now, I'm going to give you a great synopsis, a great rundown of what's going on. So Naomi's husband is dead, and she had 2 sons. Her 2 sons was married. One name was Ruth, one name was Orpah. Next thing, the 2 sons dead. So it's just Ruth, Orpah, and the mother. Yeah. These 2 daughters We don't move like this, man. We don't treat our mother-in-law like our mother. We don't look at our mother-in-law like our mother, but they did. We don't look at our father-in-law like our fathers, but they did. So I have to treat, it's my job to treat your father like my father. It's my job to treat your mother like my mother. It's that woman's job to treat my father like her father. It's that woman's job to treat my mother like her own mother. And the respect and the honor is due.
What she do for her mother, she do for yours too.
Facts. Yeah. So now, and Naomi said unto her, 2 daughters-in-law. So now her husband's, the 2 sons is dead. So Naomi is not considering herself. Naomi don't have self-interest. So therefore, she's counseling them according to their benefit. What's going to benefit and be good for them and not her? Be careful of your counselors and their advisors, because people will advise you and counsel you only according to their benefit. So look what she told to the 2 daughters. This is what she told the 2 daughters. Go return each to her mother's house. The Lord deal kindly with you, as he hath dealt with the dead and with me. The Lord grant you that you may find rest, each of you in the house of her husband. Then she kissed them, and they lifted up their voice and wept. And they said unto her, surely we will return with thee unto thy people. And Naomi said, turn again, my daughters. Why will ye go with me? She said, why? She said, I will return with you. She said, but no, go back. He said, why do you want to come with me? Huh? Are there yet any more sons of my womb? Do I have any more sons here? Huh? That they may be your husbands? Huh? Turn again, my daughter. Go your way, for I am too old to have a husband. If I should say, I have hope, I should have a husband also tonight, and should also bear sons. Would ye tarry for them? Would you wait till they were grown? Would you stay for them from having husband? She said, nay, my daughter, for it grieveth me for your sakes. You hear this, man? You hear the height of righteousness when you can be grieved for the sake of someone else. Are we grieved?
No.
For the sake of other
You
people?
don't feel sorry for nobody. You got no heart.
I said, are you grieved for the sake of someone else? Do you feel sorry for that person to where you can go to that person? I sense that your spirit ain't right. And when you sense that a person's spirit is not right, it's a godly thing to do, to go to that person and sit down and comfort the person with words. Comfort the person with words to ease their grief or whatever they're going through.
Right. We say that's good for them.
We say that's good for them. That's what we say. He said, would you? He said, for it grieved me much for your sake that the hand of the Lord is gone out against me. Huh? So now, well, man. I'm looking for the verses. Okay, go ahead. I say, and they lifted up their voice and wept again. And Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, but Ruth clave unto her. Orpah left, but Ruth stayed. Now look, check this out. And she said, behold, thy sister-in-law is gone back unto her people. That shows who you really is. That shows who you chose. This is why this is why God, when a person is able to leave off from their family, from their nativity to serve God.
Yeah, it's a big thing.
That's a big thing in the eyes of God. That's big in the eyes of God, because this is what Abraham did. Abraham chose God over being with his family and his nativity. Right. How he grew up, where he came from.
Those celebrations.
Okay? He said, and unto her God, return thou after thy sister-in-law. Ruth said, entreat me not to leave. want to return from following after thee. But whither thou goest, I will go. Where thou lodgest, I'm going to lodge there. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God, my God.
That's a final statement.
After that, ain't nothing else to say after that. Because the woman, that woman done made her mind up to serve God and keep his laws. She didn't complain about her being alone, being by herself, because you really ain't made the switch over now. You ain't gonna complain about these things now. Because I already told you to go back.
Right.
Why I brought this is to give you an example of a woman named Ruth who was a Moabitess that God accepted, which conceived through generations the seed of David. King David came out of that line.
Yep.
Came out of that line. A godly seed. A godly man came out of her.
Look at that.
Time sheet.
Deuteronomy 23, verse 4, verse 3. An Ammonite or Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord,
Okay.
even to their 10th generation.
An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of God, even till their 10th generation. Read.
Shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever? Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that means something with God?
Yeah.
I said, you mean to tell me that means something with God? Remember, these words is coming out the mouth of God. I said, these words are coming directly out of the mouth of God. So let's get into these words. He said, because they met you not with bread and with water. Okay? The Hebrew word for met is kuf dalet mem sofi, kwadam, right? It means to meet, to welcome. To welcome means what? To greet hospitably.
Yeah.
You know what greet hospitality is? Greet me. Say shalom, Chief Shama.
Shalom, Chief Shama.
That's not it.
That sounded tricky.
Say it.
Cold shoulder.
Say it. You would say shalom, Chief Shama.
Shalom, Chief Shama.
I see that all the time.
You said shalom back.
I even say shalom.
Shalom, Chief Shama. No.
Yeah,
No.
I go to other camps.
You know why? When we do things like that, guess what happens? God's frown at you. He don't like it. He don't like it. Because in one of Ecclesiasticus, it speaks about the greeting. It speaks about greeting. When others greet you, the rightful and godly thing to do is to greet the person back. Shalom, how are you? Hey, son, how are you, man? Shalom, man, how you feeling? Give him a warm welcome. Don't be a bastard in the eyes of God. Don't be a bastard in the eyes of God. Because we continue to allow our emotions to get the best of us. And then guess what? It triggers our actions off on other people. And if you godly and you made your mind up to serve God, guess who's going to bother? You! It's going to bother you. Only the ones that have made the determination to serve God, it's going to bother.
That's right.
You don't get these feelings overnight. They got many years. I have years reading the book. I've been reading, and my head been in this book since a young child.
That's right.
It comes with time.
It comes with time. 14, 15, 16 years old. You can ask my mother. I always was the person to read. Read and read and read and read. To meet, to welcome, it means to greet hospitably with courtesy or cordiality. So now let's go into the definition of words of what cordial means. What it means to be cordial. Because we ain't cordial to people that come, strangers and people that come in. We ain't cordial. We give them a blank hello. You know what cordiality is? Cordial is the quality of being sincere in social interactions, especially when dealing with strangers, especially with dealing with people that you're just meeting. You know why? Because people will judge you according to that. Your first impression, they're going to judge you according to that. They say, nah, I really don't like that dude because the way he treated me. See, you know, next thing, I didn't do nothing to him. Why are you coming at me like that? Why are you greeting me like that? And when the person feels that way and mention that, you know who hears? You know who? I can't make my ear twitch. You got some people that make the ears twitch. God's ears start twitching. You know why? Because the things that he's hearing that's coming from this person is tingling in his ear. Then when it continues to tingle in God's ear, his eyes turn towards you for evil because of how you made the person feel. We must show kindness, making others feel welcome and comfortable, a pleasant demeanor, and a courteous attitude. But we don't have a pleasant demeanor or a courteous attitude because we fail to let go. I still want to continue to hold on. First thing we got to realize that God did it. God did it. Whatever the situation between you and this guy, God stirred that up. Any situation, God stirred it up. Recognize that God stirred up the beef between you or her or whatever it is. Handle it. And guess what? Let it go. You know what I told my brother today? I said, a situation would just happen concerning me. And I'll deal with the situation. And my brother will come and ask me what happened. I say, I don't know what happened. You know why? Because I already let it go. Not me. I never was the person to hold on to nothing. You know when sometimes I have to repeat it? When I see injustice is occurring. Like God had to repeat it. Hey, he said, I did this for you. I did this for you over here. I did this over you over here. And you still don't acknowledge. You not returning the favor back to God. A courteous attitude is important because people judge you by these things, and it's not about what you didn't mean. It's about how they felt.
Say it again.
I said it's not about what you didn't mean. It's about how that person felt. Courtesy means being polite in one's attitude and actions. And behavior towards others is also being considerate. It's also acknowledging one's presence with a greeting, making others feel valued, comfortable, accepted through your actions and words and how they was greeted. What's wrong with us, man? What's wrong with us? Let's read. Where we at?
Deuteronomy 23, verse 4. Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way, when you came forth out of Egypt, and because they hired against thee Balaam, the son of Beor of Pethor of Mesopotamia, to curse thee.
They hired Balaam, the son of Beor from Pethor to curse us. But we was right with God at that set time. So therefore, the curses couldn't affect the nation of Israel because we was right. And at that point in time, there was no iniquity found in the seed of Jacob. We can't say that today. So stop walking around here like you're pure and innocent, like you don't have no sin in you. We all have sin in us. We all have sin in us. We all have corruption in us. Stop walking around here like you're high and mighty and humble yourself with God so that you will be able to detect your faults and correct it. Let's read.
Nevertheless, the Lord thy God would not hearken unto Balaam. But the Lord thy God turned the curse into a blessing unto thee.
Because God will not allow the curses to have no effect. I said, God will not allow the curses to have no effect on the seed of Jacob. Why? Because Jacob was walking upright with God at that point in time. The seed of Jacob was right with God. He said, man, he said, you can't curse these people. He said, in order for me to curse these people, there have to be iniquity in them. You got to have sin in you in order for these curses to have an effect. It's the only way. Read.
Because the Lord thy God loved thee.
Because the Lord thy God loved thee. Loved. If you went to school, you will understand and learn that loved is past tense. At that point in time, God loved us. God don't love us no more. Because you know why God don't love us? Because we don't love God.
That's right.
I said, God don't love us because we don't love God. And how do you show your love for God? By fulfilling his laws, commandments, and statutes is the only way to show your love for God. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not seek their peace.
Don't seek their peace.
Nor their prosperity.
Nor their prosperity.
Now,
Moab and Ammon are not the Chinese and Japanese like people used to say back before. Moab and Ammon look just like the nation of Israel, just like the seed of Jacob. They're Shemitic. There wasn't Chinese and Japanese. I don't know where these people, the Asian people, came from, or what happened, or what took place. I don't know. I don't know. There are a lot of mixed people here. There are a lot of people here that we have no idea where they came from. The same way the origin of the animals was before, that is different now.
It's different now. That's right.
Do you think the same animals and the birds today is the same as the animals and the birds in the beginning? No. It's a lot of deformation came around. And things that happened in the Ice Age.
Some don't exist no more.
And it deformed, and it deformed the characteristics. And evolution and evolved. Things started evolving and changing.
Some don't exist.
Nation of people that don't grow.
Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not seek their peace nor their prosperity all thy days forever. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite.
All right, stop right there. Wait a minute. I gotta stop saying that for my throat mess up again. Wait a minute. Edomite. Huh? Who are these people called the Edomites?
From whence cometh they?
Huh? Adomi, Admoni, or Edom. The Edomites are generally understood to have been a people with darker skin pigment with a reddish or mahogany tone. That's not the white people. Like Hanasi said, that's the greatest lie ever told to man. That the Edomites was white. You crazy. You crazy. They are out of the line of Shem. They're Shemites, related to the Israelites. They had similar features. Now, to show example, because I like to use again the book for examples. You stay where you at, Chief. So now, where I'm going to go to 1 Samuel chapter 16, sorry. 1 Samuel chapter 16. To use the book to back up what I'm saying. Okay? So at this point in time, the Spirit of God has left King Saul. And when the Spirit of God left off from King Saul, an evil spirit came to him. And God has commanded the evil spirit to come to him. Well, hell, some of us in here may have an evil spirit. Yeah. So don't get above your breeches. I could be standing up here with an evil spirit, talking godly words, but I have an evil spirit on me. Possible. Yeah, it's possible. But we sit down in here like this is a lolly-daggy. This is why we don't have no time. Hey,
Right.
We don't have no time to be playing around with God and sitting around and playing and playing and playing.
That's right.
You don't have no time for that, man. So the evil spirit troubled King Saul. Why? Because he disregarded and he went against the commandment of God. God gave him a simple command. He said, clean everything. Clean riddance. Kill everything.
Legit.
The man hearkened to the voice of the people, brought back the best of the sheep, and he brought back Agag. Next thing he loved looking, he said, I have done and fulfilled and performed the commandment of God. That's when you know when a person done lost it. When you could bald your head and say that you do law.
Oh my gosh. My goodness.
I said, when you can shave your face and then you look me in my face and tell me, I do law.
Yo,
You do law.
yo.
But, and I asked the brother, I said, brother, why you bald your head? He said, well, it started falling out here and it fell out here. But God never said you can cut your hair and bald it if it starts to fall out here and there. If you continue to get a Jefferson, then you got to live the rest of your life with a Jefferson.
Alicia kept his.
Alicia ain't bald his head, man.
Kept his.
His hair fell out. Well, we don't know if it's bald or he has some hair. It just say he was bald.
They
Say
said,
bald.
go up, bald.
Yeah, the kids
Go up, down, bald head, which
That's what
means
I
he's
said.
bald. He ain't had no
He
hair.
had none.
Word.
He ain't shaving.
He ain't shaved at all.
Fell out.
He ain't shaved at all.
Yeah.
So
Bald head Cohanes.
what I went to 16 for? I went to Psalm Samuel 16. Oh, for King David. Okay, so now Samuel is going to the house of Jesse to choose the next king, right? So, and it came to pass when they will come that he looked on Eliab and said, surely the Lord's anointed is before him. But the Lord said unto Samuel, look not on his countenance or on his height of his stature, because I have refused him. For the Lord see it not as man see it. God don't look what you look for. God don't look for. He looks beyond the appearance. He looked beyond the outward appearance. He said, because God searches what? He said, for man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord look on the heart. When God tries your heart and look at your heart, that's who he really is as a person. The only one that knows that is God.
That's what he looked at.
So what King David had in his heart, none of his brothers had in them.
Right.
We don't got to be the same. We don't got to be the same. You can have some good in you that this person don't have.
Right.
This one can have some righteousness and good in that person that this one don't have. Huh? So now we're gonna go to the verse 12, and he said and brought him in. Now he was ruddy. Who was ruddy? King David was ruddy. And when you look up the definition of being ruddy, it says Admoni, the same complexion as Esau, the same complexion as Edom. Okay, Tom Sheik, where we at? Verse
Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 7.
Verse 7.
Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land.
That's real.
He said, don't abhor the Egyptians, no matter what the Egyptians did to you.
That's real. That's real.
Don't abhor them. Don't hate them. Don't despise them. You shouldn't have nothing to say against the Egyptians, no matter what they
No matter
did.
what they did.
Let's find out why. See, these are the ways of God. And when we do things contrary from what we read, God frowns at you. Let's go it.
Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian,
Thou shalt not
because
abhor
thou
an
wast a
Egyptian.
stranger in his land.
Because you lived in my land. We ain't got no land today. But I will have a house, and you will come to my house, eat in my house, live in my house, and talk junk about the person that accepted you in his house.
Yeah.
He's evil, but I wasn't evil to accept you.
Yeah.
Or I'm wicked, but I wasn't wicked to accept you and feed you.
Yeah. I'm gonna get out.
And if I'm evil and I'm wicked and I'm inconsiderate, then there is the door.
That is right there. Yeah.
But that shows you and tell you your ways.
Talk about it, brother.
I said your ways. God shows us how we need to be accepted by God. And when we move opposite from what God said, guess what? God don't frown at me. He frowned at the one that said it and moved that way. Because now you're not accepting the fact or realizing the good that a person done did.
Yeah, you gotta see it.
We are people that don't recognize good. I said we are people that don't recognize good. And when a person do good, we continue to speak evil about the person that did you good. Which means what? No matter what the Egyptians did to the nation of Israel, God said to disregard your emotions.
Put it down.
Disregard how you feel.
No matter what.
No matter what the Egyptians did, God said to swallow it and accept the Egyptians in their third generations because they accepted you in their land.
They were the only ones accepted in the third. That's correct. That's real. That's correct. Because you lived in their land.
If that ain't real, then I don't know what is. And guess what? I have made my mind up to serve God, and I will not, and I shall never talk bad or evil against a person that did me right.
Hey.
You did me good, you always good with me. Regardless if you turn and did me evil, you will always be good with me. Because I always got to remember, I must remember the good that you did to me. Example, when King Saul was moving on the Amalekites. See, that's why you got to read. You got to read. You got to be versed with that book so you can go in different parts of the book to show you example. Example. When King Saul was moving on the Amalekites, he commanded the Kenites to leave. Separate yourself from these people. He said, because I remember how you did with the nation of Israel. You know when that was? That was in the time of Jethro. And then later on, after the time of Jethro, the Kenites moved with the nation of Israel and went to war with the nation of Israel. King Saul never forgot that and told them, leave. No matter what the Kenites did to them, that was evil. I must remain godly and righteous with God and remember that, hold up, the Kenites did do me right. They did do me good. I could talk junk about them, talk junk about the Egyptians. They did this, they did this. But I always got to remember, they accepted me in their land.
I was thinking.
Your past. That's real. That's your past. You gotta remember.
Let's read.
Verse 8. The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in their third generation.
Go ahead.
When the host goeth forth against thine enemies, then keep thee from every wicked thing.
When you're going to war, he said, keep thee from every wicked thing. The Hebrew word from every wicked thing is edwat dabah. Keep thee from an unclean matter. Unclean or wicked words. So I have to watch my words, and I have to watch the situations that I get into that's not godly, that's unrighteous. Because if I get into these things, or I mess around and say the wrong thing, or I say words that God said is evil or wicked words, then guess what? That quick, the Spirit of God will leave off from that quick. I said, that quick, God won't be with me in my during my situation. Go ahead.
If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chancing him by night, then shall he go abroad.
Go back. When the host go forth against, I'm about to say we have. When the host go forth against our enemies, they keep ye from every wicked thing. Right? Go ahead. If there be among you, you did right. Go ahead.
Verse 10. I'll read it over. Verse 10. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, and chancing him by night.
I jumped the gun. Chancing him by night. The word chancing him by night is mikre laila. Mikre laila. Know what a mikre laila? A mikre laila is a nocturnal emission.
Right.
A nocturnal emission is when the seed of copulation has been released. It has been released. That's when the warning sign, you heard the sign, there's an unclean soul in the midst. Huh? And look what God said about being unclean. Okay? This is why they got to read the book over and over. The uncleanness of man and woman are different. And there are certain rules and regulations to the uncleanness of man and woman. Right? So now we're going to delve into the uncleannesses. And I can show you with the book. Okay, we're going to go into Leviticus 15, and we're going to go right straight to the point. Leviticus 15, verse 16. Got to go with this over. Because people don't know the rules and the regulations of being unclean. And because of that, we must continue to go over these laws, commandments, and statutes over and over. God said repetitive. I said repetitive means to go over it over and over. So that when I'm rehearsing it over and over, that those words will be in me. It will be a part of me. That's why God said practice, because anything you practice becomes a habit. Huh? I said anything you practice becomes a habit. So there are certain practices and habits that you need to break with yourself that's not right by God. These are habits that God don't like. These are habits and practices that God hate and despise because it's not a godly habit. And if a man see the copulation go out from him, there's only one way that the seed of copulation should be leaving. Two ways. Nocturnal emission and when you cohabitate with a woman. Any other way is not right. Can't be forced out.
No. Make it clear.
Oh, shoot.
Make it clear.
Can't be forced out.
And if any man see the copulation go out from him, then he shall wash all his flesh in water and be unclean until the evening. Right? So when that see the copulation go out, this is the reason why man becomes unclean. Okay? And every garment and every skin whereon is the seed of copulation shall be washed with water. Now, whatever the seed of copulation touches must be doused and washed with water. Right? And be unclean until the evening. The woman also whom man shall lie with seed of copulation, they shall both bathe themselves in water and be unclean until the evening. I don't need no soap. Once that seed of copulation leave out, all I got to do is get up and jump in the water. I don't need soap because soap is not what causes me to be clean. The water is what makes me spiritually clean. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about your body being clean. We're talking about being spiritually clean. Spiritually clean. Okay? I said, if a woman have an issue and her issue in her flesh be blood. So now she has her period, what you call her menstruation. She shall be put apart 7 days. And whosoever toucheth her shall be unclean until the even. I don't have to wash my clothes. I don't have to wash in the shower. I am just unclean until the even. My Abba used to come around. He used to say, oh, you unclean? Oh, I don't care if you're unclean. Because I ain't got to wash. Neither do I have to wash my clothes. Come here. Give me a hug. And he'll hug you. To the woman. But not to the man. Because when a man is unclean and I become skin contact with that person, then I got to go in the water. Some instances I got to wash my clothes. And this is why it's important to read these laws. Read. I've been reading. Look, man, I don't never stop reading the law. Never. I don't never stop reading the law, and I don't put nothing above the first 5. Because the first 5 will not. I say, that's the base, man. What's the word? What's that saying? What I read before? He that knoweth the law. He that knoweth the law. Say it louder. Shall not be confounded.
Won't be confused, man.
You won't be confused. So in order for me not to be confused, I must read the law every day. This is what I listen to. This is what I listen to. I told one brother, he wanted to talk. I said, hey, you stepping into my grounds now. The law is my grounds. You may know a little more history. You may know some wise words, but that law, my father taught me. He said, listen, whatever you do, he said, make sure you read that first 5. Stay grounded in the law, because that's where your strength lies at. I said, your strength lies within the law. My strength don't lie within Ecclesiasticus and Proverbs. My strength don't lie within the prophecy. My strength and how I'm firm and prepared with God relies on the laws of God.
That's what they had.
This is what we need to realize. Our forefathers only had that first 5. They didn't have the history. They lived the history. They lived the history. They had the first 5, man.
Correct.
Let's go back to where we was at. Hold on. Okay, well, so we spoke about the uncleanness of man when the seed of copulation leave off from him. So now I'm going to show you in Leviticus 22. Right? It says, speak unto Aaron and unto his sons that they separate themselves from the holy things of the children of Israel. Now, when you read this chapter, brothers look and say, it's talking about the seed of Aaron. Only the seed of Aaron. But if it made the seed of, I understand people's ideas, and I understand. It said, and that they profane not my holy name in those things which they hallow unto me. I am the Lord. Say unto them, whosoever he be of all your seed among your generations, that goeth unto the holy things, which the children of Israel hallow unto the Lord, having his uncleanness unto him upon him, that soul shall be cut off from my presence. What man soever of the seed of Aaron is a leper or had a running issue, right? He shall not eat of the holy things until he be clean. And whosoever toucheth anything that is unclean by the dead, or a man whose seed goeth from him, which means the seed of copulation done left him, or whosoever toucheth any creeping thing, whereby he be made unclean, or a man of whom he may take uncleanness, whatsoever uncleanness he had, the soul that had touched any such shall be unclean unto even, and shall not eat of the holy things unless he wash his flesh with water. And this is why when the seed of copulation has left a man, and he comes in contact with another man, the person that touched his flesh must go wash his flesh. Got to go in the shower. You don't have to wash your clothes. Now, brothers say, well, this was just talking about the high priest. If the seed of copulation leave from me and I touch somebody, that person don't have to wash, because that was concerning the high priest. What's wrong with you?
That's not what the book says.
If a person just finished cohabitating and he come in contact with a person, whether he's a high priest or not, you are unclean. You're unclean. Don't put limits and boundaries on the laws of God, people. Don't do that, man. Because God did say that we shall be a nation of who? Of priests. We shall be a nation of priests. God said that. Come on, man. Why do we come up with so much anchors and hooks concerning the laws and the commandments of God? Let's go back to Deuteronomy 23. What verse, brother?
10.
Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 10. Verse 10.
If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness that chanceth him by night, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp.
He said, when a person had a nocturnal emission, he shall go abroad of the camp. Go outside of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. Read.
But it shall be when evening cometh on, he shall wash himself with water. And when the sun is down, he shall come into the
when
camp
evening
again.
come on, he got to go wash. And when the sun is down, now he can come back in the camp. Go ahead.
Thou shalt have a place also without the camp, whither thou shalt go forth abroad. And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon.
You know why he can't come into the camp while his uncleanness is upon him? Because he pollutes and contaminates everything with just by his presence alone. God is in there. God is in the tabernacle. And when you are unclean, God don't dwell among uncleanness. We used to go outside and have teachers outside, and then we say prayers. But then we say prayers, and you know what's on the side? Dog feces, cat feces, urination from the dogs. I don't pray outside no more.
That's why the priests have to go in the holy place.
The only time I will pray outside is if I'm in a difficult situation. I done got stabbed up and I'm right there, and I need God to come right now. Now I do that. Under certain situations and circumstances, I will set up a prayer before God immediately. But just coming from the store, and I'm about to go upstairs, and I just want to drop and sit. No, I wait till I come upstairs.
Come in the hallway.
I wait till I go up. No. Time sheet.
Thou shalt have a place also without the camp, whither thou go forth abroad. And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon. And it shall be, when thou wilt ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith, and shalt turn back and cover that which cometh from thee.
Now, I heard a question, and it makes sense. What did the people do during Shabbat?
It wasn't at war. It's a war camp.
Huh?
It's a war camp. It wasn't a war on Shabbat.
So what did the people do during Shabbat? Did they dig on Shabbat? Or was it dug already?
Dug already. We would have it dug already.
I was. But the thing now, this is a lot of people. So I'm guessing it was a hole dug for everybody. It wasn't just a single the hole.
No.
It wasn't just a single the hole. It was a designated area, I guess, with a huge hole where people can go and squat and relieve themselves and go back. Does that stay open? There's a covering. I don't know.
We don't know that.
We don't know. It's something else, man. It's something to think about.
But we didn't have plumbing systems.
And we didn't have plumbing systems. So what did the people do during Shabbat when they had to go ease themselves? Tom sheet.
For the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp to deliver thee.
To deliver thee.
And to give up thine enemies
and to give up thine enemies.
Therefore shall thy camp be holy.
Woo! You hear this? He said, God said, I'm among you. My presence is among you, Israel. So be careful with things that is unclean being present, because my presence, I will depart. I will depart, and I will not deliver you from your enemies, because I'm not with you now. I'm gone. In order for these people to get delivered, God had to be with them. Yeah. So therefore, everything that we did and how we move had to be according to the standards that we read in the book, for God to be with you.
That's right.
For God to be with you.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
That he see no unclean
that
thing
he see no unclean thing in thee. Woo, wait a minute. An unclean matter or unclean words. He said in thee. Now the Hebrew word for in thee is bekah. Bekah means what? By thee. An unclean thing by thee. Because if God, it also means to go in the direction of sin. When God has seen an unclean thing in thee, that's when you will continue to move in a direction or in a path that's not accepted by God, because there is uncleanness in you. There is iniquity in you. And because of the iniquity that's in me, this is what's causing my path to be profaned and corrupted. The path and the direction that I took was not right by God, because iniquity has been found within you. It's very easy to find iniquity in you. All these things will cause you, that I just reiterated and said, will cause God to depart. But we're not listening. We don't listen with the purpose to hear and do. We don't listen with the purpose to say, well, I need to start doing this. We don't do that. We don't listen and say, well, I have been coming up short with this.
That's me right there.
I am guilty concerning
I'm
this.
talking about me.
I need to clean up my ways. You are so full of pride.
Yeah.
Everything you do is right.
Yeah. Talk about
You
it,
can't
brother.
serve God.
Can't serve nothing wrong.
Say it
I
again.
said, you are so full of
Say
pride,
it again.
and everything you do is right. So now, because you are full of pride, you look at yourself, and all the blame is on him.
Uh-huh.
Never wrong.
But you never backtrack and say, well, maybe I'm wrong with this. I can be wrong with this. I could have messed up here.
Yeah.
I could have did this. I could have. Get away from me, man. I can't be around people like
Say
that.
it again, brother.
Go long, go.
Yeah. Come on.
Go long, go.
River dirty.
You know why? Because when a person has made a determination to serve God, and you made your mind up to serve God, you're not going to always look at the person like he or she is 100% wrong.
I'm gonna stand up for that.
Why you don't look at yourself and say, and analyze the things you did and what you said to spot check? We don't do that. Spot check yourself. Godson, Billy, John, Spencer, Lucille, Mary Lou. I ain't said no Hebrew name because you ain't acting like you Hebrew.
Fatima.
Goddamn heathenistic people in here, man.
Yeah.
Heathens.
Yeah. Talk about it, man. Talk about it, man. Yeah, talk about
What's wrong with us, man?
it. Talk about it, brother.
What's wrong with us? Why?
Talk about it, brother.
Why?
Talk about it, brother.
We bugged. Yeah, we bugged. We are bugged.
Mentally
But we are not accepting the therapy of God. This is the therapy.
Yeah.
The therapy of God. I accept every other thing else. But I won't accept therapy of God.
What's the problem with that?
Let's
Special
read.
education.
Therefore shall thy camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in thee, and turn away from thee.
And turn away from thee. Read.
Thou shalt not deliver
Thou shalt not
unto his
deliver.
master.
Thou
Thou shalt not deliver unto his
deliver
master.
unto his master.
The servant,
The servant
which is escaped
which
from
is
his
escaped
master
from
unto
his
thee.
master. The servant then ran off. He got away. He was held captive. And the servant got away. You go and you deliver the servant back to his master. Without knowing what took place. God said you don't care about what took place. Don't return him back. The servant is not going to run. Let's hear this, man. You know why God said don't return him back to his master? Because when a servant is being treated right, they want to stay.
I love my master.
I love my master. I love my wife. I love my children. I'm staying here. So God said, because he had made a conscious decision to stay with his master, he said, take that servant and bore his ear through with an awl, which means all servants had earrings. All servants had earrings.
Everything.
Yeah. And the earrings represented the nation you was with. That's why when the nation of Israel left the Egyptians, they had to get rid of all those trinkets that they left Egypt with. Get rid of it, stomp it, destroy it, ground it, drink it. God, man, Moses, listen, man. Jacob's sons too. They had trinkets in them. He had to take those trinkets and bury it. Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto thee.
Thou shalt not deliver the man. Go ahead.
He shall dwell with thee, even among you.
He shall dwell with thee, even among you.
In that place which he shall choose in one of thy gates, where it liketh him best. Thou shalt not oppress him.
One of thy gates. What is the only thing that had gates? A city. A city is the only thing that had gates. It ain't talking about my house. You can't come in my house and choose where you like it you and choose where it like it you best. You come and choose my bedroom. I said, well, hell, brother, that's my bed.
Don't you know somebody was
Why? Now, see, listen to this, man. When I'm or when you are dealing with a godly person, and when that person is dealing with another godly person, they both consider. I consider the fact not to choose your bed, and you will consider the fact not to put me on a hard floor that I'm not comfortable in. This is a two-way street.
Yeah.
This go hand in hand. Mano y mano. I said mano y mano. Mano y mano. ¿Qué te pasa, loco?
One-sided.
¿Qué te pasa, loco?
One-sided.
It's not one-sided, man. This is not a one-sided thing where one person is considering and then the other person don't consider.
Don't consider at all. Sometimes it gets you upset.
It's a two-way street, man.
Yeah, sometimes it gets you upset.
Let's read.
There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel.
Okay, let's hold off with that. I need you to go back to that verse after I explain what is oppress. What does it mean to be oppressed?
Thou shalt not oppress.
The word for oppress is yana. Yana means to oppress. When you oppress someone, you keep that person in subservience and hardship. What is subservience? To keep the person in hardship, especially by the unjust exercise of authority. Okay? To prevent them from having the same opportunities. We're going to learn what oppression is. This one got the opportunity to do, but you can't do it. That's oppression. Understand?
You can do it, but I can't do it.
Huh? To prevent them from having the same opportunities, freedom, and benefit as others to take advantage of or mistreat. What is hardship? A condition that is difficult to endure. I said a condition that is difficult to endure, to cause to suffer, lack of comfort. That's hardship. Huh? Done to the servant. Go ahead, Tom C. Now, subservience, a subservient person is always willing to hearken and obey. But an oppressor misuse that. An oppressor takes advantage of that person that is willing to obey. And I don't never consider the fact of how you feel. Do you feel like going to the store, brother? I need somebody to go to the store. Do you feel like going to the store? Well, not really. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to force you. You don't need to go to the store. You don't feel like going, you ain't going. I'm not going to force or enforce my authority or my will and enforce my will, my desire on a person that don't feel the same way. You wicked and you evil. You need to find yourself. You need to find yourself. Let's read. Verse 17.
Verse 17, there shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel.
There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel. Now, what makes you a whore?
Many. Not just sleeping around.
What makes you a whore? There was a woman, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to go back in time. Way back. Back into time. WBLS 107.5. This is the smooth sailing music. And he started talking. And he started talking all nice. And then the relaxing jazz comes in.
Quiet.
Then the storm happened. Quiet storm. And everything is relaxed. Right? So my father said there was a woman that was in the camp. So the woman was complaining about her man. So the woman said, Chief. He said, what happened there? What happened, my daughter? Come here. What happened? She said, well, my husband is out there and he. And she started jerking. She said, and he's messing with whores, Chief. So my father looked at it. He was a realist. So he looked at her. He said, what makes you a whore? Huh? She said, huh? Surprised. Because he returned over the question. He said, what makes you a whore? She said, huh? She said, you heard me. What makes you a whore? When you have sex and you're not married. I said, so, he said, so when he met you, was you a virgin? She said, no. He said, so what that makes you? She said, a whore.
Right. Real.
You gotta put the truth to people's face.
Truth hurts.
He said, number one, sister. He said, leave your husband alone, man. Don't stress your husband out.
Gangster.
He said, your husband is wrong. And he shouldn't be out there sleeping around with Lucille, Mary Lou, and all these women.
But that ain't for you.
Okay? But it ain't for you.
But that ain't for you.
To correct and get on out of your place with your husband. You know why? I'm gonna give you a synopsis now. I'm gonna give you a definition of how a woman should be, even in the man's wrong.
That's right.
And how the woman was. It's in the book. Look at Jezebel.
Break it down.
Jezebel looked at her husband and he looked at her and she said, I'm not condoning what Jezebel did. Jezebel was wrong.
Make it clear.
But I'm just showing
Make it
you
clear.
the mentality
Make it clear.
of the woman
Uh-huh.
that has 100% desire towards her husband that God commanded her to do.
That's right.
He said, your longing shall be towards your man.
Uh-huh.
So she looked, her husband is laid up. He said, why art thou laid up in the bed, being the king, and you ain't eating?
She noticed that.
She said, what's wrong with you? Which means she noticed him. And she noticed his situation. Which means she had a certain level of care for her man to notice that something was wrong.
Pay attention.
She paid attention to him. And guess what? It's supposed to be vice versa. Vice versa. So when she went to him, guess what happened? He told her, he said, listen, I want the feel of alcohol.
Yeah.
She said, what? She said, okay.
I got
She
that.
said, I'm going to get you to feel of alcohol. And she did what she had to do
That's why
to please her husband. Not saying she's right.
the thought of pleasing her husband.
The thought, the lesson is the thought of pleasing her husband.
Mhm.
Okay? So, where we at?
Verse 17.
Okay, so, and I was talking about, right. Okay, right. What makes a woman a whore when you have sex and you're not married? That's what makes you a whore. Straight like that. You have sex and you ain't married, you're a whore. But the women today are not taught the importance of the hymen. Your hymen is your virtue. Your hymen is your innocence.
That's why
And we don't teach our daughters the importance. You're not missing nothing.
He's not missing nothing.
Nothing.
You're rushing into
It's time sheet.
There shall be no whore
There
of the
shall be
daughters
no
of Israel,
war of the
nor-
daughters of Israel.
nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel.
Okay, now. So now we're going to go into these words now. Quadesh and Quadesha. The definition of Quadesh and Quadesha is a male sodomite, a female sodomite. Now, what makes you a sodomite? A sodomite is not only according to man and man or woman and woman. A sodomite also includes oral or anal,
Non-coital.
non-coital. Okay?
Coital is the regular way of having sex.
Coital is the regular way of having sex, right? Non-coital is anything other than the regular way of having a baby. Don't tell me that Adam or this Sarah did oral sex, did these things. Don't say that, man. Because you're talking about a people that was accepted by God.
That's right.
God didn't accept that.
That's right.
Sex was holy, man. Do we know that? Sex was created by God and sacred. It was used to procreate and have babies.
That's right.
Okay? And the natural instincts, the godly instincts of the woman is to have a baby for her husband. And when she don't, and if it ain't happening, they get bent out of shape. It's a discouragement. Look at Hannah. Look at Elkanah. Where he desired, he noticed her grief, and he go to comfort her. He said, man, am I better than thee than 10 sons? She didn't respond to him in a negative form.
He was talking that talk.
He didn't respond to him in a negative form. She accepted the comfort from her man.
That's right.
She accepted that.
Oh, yeah. No one else can come to you but you, man. Yeah, that's the ultimate comforter.
Come see.
Nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel.
No sodomite of the sons of Israel.
Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore. Or the price
The
of
hire
a whore.
of a whore. Now let's get this right now. What is the whore? The hire whores were not of the Israelite daughters. I said whores were not of the Israelite daughters. The whores was of other nations. So when these whores was whoring around, they sold their bodies for money. The money that you get from whoring or from prostituting yourself, you cannot use that to buy a first-year lamb.
No.
God don't want that. Tom Sheep. Now, it was a custom in ancient Babylon that all women, it was a custom in ancient Babylon that all women once in their lives to go to the temple of Aphrodiite. I don't like mentioning the names of these gods and deities. It said you have to go to the temple of that deity and have sex with strangers.
At least once in their life.
So this is why God said, don't profane thy daughter to cause her to be a whore. I can't take my Hebrew daughter and put her out on the stroll.
No.
Because that custom comes from the custom of worshiping a deity where women went to the temple of a deity to have sex with strangers. And they get paid.
That's a profession.
That's a profession. That's a profession.
It's been around.
The oldest profession. It's been around for a very long time.
Get up for that bread.
Tom Sheep.
Or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord for thy God for any vow. But even both these are abomination unto the Lord thy God. 19.
Okay. He said, thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother, usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury. So what is usury? Usury is when I give you 20, you got to give me back 30. Some of us come and give you 20, and they say, man, you know what? Here's $10 more for allowing me. You can't accept it. I said, it's up to you not to accept no increase. One time I went to cash my check, and the Spirit of God came upon me. The Spirit of wisdom came and said, count your money. I got my check, count my money. I know how much I'm supposed to get. 40 hours leave me with 1,200. When I read and count 1,200, I didn't count 1,200. I count 13. The first thing came to my mind was, walk out. That's extra.
That's the wicked.
But then wisdom came and said, don't do it. You better go in there and get that $100 back. I went back in. I said, miss. I said, I got to talk to you. I said, low, because I didn't want everybody here. I said, miss, you gave me an extra $100. She said, you did? She said, okay, wait. Because she could lose her job.
Yeah.
And I don't want her to lose her job. But I had to return that extra $100. I don't want nothing. No. It's mandatory. One time I went to cop some goat cheese. I go get the goat cheese, put it in my pocket, get some other things, pay for it. I go in my pocket. It's a goat cheese in my pocket. I had to turn back around, go back to the store. I didn't have to say nothing. I just put it back. I said, man, you see how the adversary is trying to trap you off and detour you and push you off that directed path of God. And if you're not on point, you're going to fail. That is the duty and the job of the adversary, to get you and pull you away from God. So now he put thoughts in your mind and tell you, now guess what? What you going to do now, Malak? The water's cold. Are you going to refrain? Oh my goodness. I say, are you going to refrain from washing? You still got to wash. And God ain't going to say, I said, and God ain't going to say, you know what, brother? You ain't got to wash when you're unclean. I understand that the water is cold. You better jump. You better find a way to get back in that water. I found the way. You better find a way to get in that water. Cauldrons. You better find a way to get back in that water and wash. I say cauldron. Why? Because, listen here. Listen here. Let's read.
They didn't have hot water back then.
Where we at?
Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury.
Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury. Be careful. Because the English just said I could do his usury to a stranger in the English. And then I will go, now the stranger is the gear that lives amongst us. And then I will treat the stranger and do interest and usury to the stranger and be sitting. Because in the Hebrew, it don't mean stranger. When you look it up, the word in Hebrew, it says nakri. Nakri means an alien or foreigner. You can do interest or lend interest or usury to the alien or the foreigner. But guess who ain't do it to nobody? Abraham. Abraham ain't do usury to nobody. That's a different level. Now, if you do usury to the foreigner, you're not wrong. No. But Abraham just took it up. Abraham just went to a different level. Another level. Tom sheet.
Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury. But unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury.
But unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury. Read.
That the Lord thy God may bless thee in all that thou settest thine hand to in the land whither thou goest to possess it.
Tom sheet.
When thou shalt vow a vow unto the Lord thy God, thou shalt not slack to pay it.
When thou shalt vow a vow to the Lord thy God, don't be slack in paying your vow. Don't be slack, because it is iniquity. Iniquity will be found in you. Go ahead.
For the Lord thy God will surely require it of thee, and it would be sin in thee. But if thou shalt forbear to vow, it shall be no sin in thee. That which is gone out of thy lips, thou shalt keep and perform. Even a freewill offering, according as thou hast vowed unto the Lord thy God, which thou hast promised with thy mouth.
Tom sheet.
When thou comest unto thy neighbor's vineyard, then thou mayest eat grapes thy fill.
When you go to your neighbor's vineyard, then I can eat until I'm full. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 24. But thou shalt not put any in thy vessel.
Don't go there with a doggy bag. Don't go there and stop stacking up things in the bag to walk away with a full bag. No. You go there, you eat till you're full, and then leave out. Tom sheet.
Verse 25. When thou comest into the standing corn of thy neighbor, then thou mayest pluck the ears with thine hand. But thou shalt not move a sickle into thy neighbor's standing.
Go to Proverbs chapter 14. He said, when you go to your neighbors, to the standing corn of your neighbors, then thou mayest pluck the ears with thy hand. But thou shalt not move a sickle unto thy neighbor's standing grain. Which means, when you move that sickle, you're going to take down more than what you need. All right? We're going to go into Proverbs chapter 14.
Proverbs chapter 14, verse 1.
Proverbs chapter 14, verse 1. Right? And it says,
every wise woman builded her house.
Every wise woman builded her house. What do you mean by building? The Hebrew word for building or to build is beit nun hey, bana. To build means to form by ordering. Okay? So the woman, the husband don't have time to set the house in order according to according to the curriculum that God has set.
Not at all.
So it is the woman's job to order this house according to the order that God has accepted.
That's right.
And this is what makes you wise.
That's right.
When you are able to look around and see what's needed in the house according to the laws of God that we need in the house that needs to be done. Okay, every wise woman building her house,
But the foolish plucking it down with her hands.
the foolish pluck it down with her hands. To pluck it down. Karas. It means to demolish, to break, to destroy. She will destroy her house by the works of her own hands, by the things that she do, by the things that she say, by her actions, by the things that she do in the house that's not correlated with what God said.
That's right.
So you can destroy your whole house
That's
just by your actions.
That's right.
Tom She.
He that walketh in his uprightness feareth the Lord.
He that walketh in his uprightness fear God. To walk in his uprightness means to follow a certain course or procedure that God considers to be just and right. I said that God considers to be just and right.
That's right.
So you walk in your uprightness by following the order of God.
That's right.
Tom She.
But he that is perverse in his ways despiseth him.
He that is perverse in his ways despiseth who? Despiseth God. Despiseth him. He that is dispersed in his ways despiseth him. Who is him? God. God.
That's right.
So what do you mean by despised in his perverse in his ways? When you're perverse in your ways, the word for perverse is not lost. It means to depart or to turn aside.
Okay.
He that turn aside.
Okay.
He that turn aside from the ways of God despise God.
Okay.
When you do your own thing, when you refuse to acknowledge that your ways is evil, and you're shown godly things and godly and righteous ways, the things that's going to make me godly, but you refuse to follow it.
That's right.
You refuse to follow it.
That's right.
Go ahead.
In the mouth of the foolish is a rod of pride.
In the mouth of the foolish is the mouth of pride.
It's a rod of pride.
Okay, why is the rod of pride in the mouth of the fools? It's describing how the proud speech of fools hurts others and yourself. That's what that means. Your speech affects other people and it also affects yourself. The things that you say and voice out your mouth.
That's right.
Okay, go ahead.
But the lips of the wise shall preserve him.
But the lips of the wise shall preserve him. The lips of the wise shall preserve him. What's gonna preserve him? The word preserve is shamar. It means to guard them. Your words will guard you, will protect you, will serve you. Okay? The lips of the wise shall preserve him. It will keep you moving in the way of God. Tom She.
Where no oxen are, the crib is clean.
Where no oxen are, the crib is clean. Get rid of the cat and you ain't gonna see no mess. Get rid of the animal that's causing the mess and everything gonna remain clean. Go ahead.
But much increase is by the strength of the ox.
But you increase and you gain because the ox work.
Yeah.
And he'll keep working till you stop him.
Yeah.
The ox, they don't get tired, man. Very rare to get tired. They keep moving. Just leave some grains there so they can eat. And them dudes will keep working and keep working and keep working. That's why he said, man, this guy's strong as an ox.
That's a fact.
He'll keep working, man. Tom She.
A faithful witness will not lie. But
a faithful witness will not lie. Faithful. The Hebrew word for faithful is emun. It means a loyal witness will not lie. So if I lie, I'm not loyal.
That's right.
If I lie, I don't have faith. I'm not faithful.
That's right.
This is why it's important to be careful with your speech and
That's
the
right.
things that you say,
That's
so
right.
that God don't look at you as a liar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I lie, and I gotta stop. But that's the first stage of healing,
That's right.
is accepting
That's
and
right.
acknowledging that you're a liar.
That's right. That's what they tell you in AA.
Don't tell me you ain't a liar. If God said all men are liars, what makes you think that you ain't no liar?
That's right.
You may not lie in words, but there are other things that you should look at as being a liar or a deceiver.
That's right.
Deceiver is a liar.
That's right.
I said a deceiver is a liar,
That's right. A liar is a deceiver.
and a liar is a deceiver.
That's right. Same.
But there's many ways of being a liar.
That's right.
When that woman changed her apparel and went in to deceive the blind prophet, she was a deceiver.
That's right.
She's a liar.
That's right.
You lie that way too.
That's right.
There are many ways of being a liar.
Given the time you're gonna be here, make it on time.
That's right.
That's why I said we are all liars.
That's right.
These are things that we all must correct with ourselves and be circumspect with ourselves.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
A faithful witness will not lie, but
Uh-huh.
a false witness will utter lies.
A false witness will utter lies, will speak lies.
Uh-huh.
Time sheet.
A scorner seeketh wisdom.
A scorner did what?
Seeketh wisdom.
Seeketh wisdom.
And findeth it not.
A scorner seeketh wisdom. The scorner is a person that mocks. A scorner is a person that mocks by expressing their negative opinion about what God said. The scorner don't agree with God. I said a scorner don't agree with God. God agrees with it, but the scorner don't agree with it.
Uh-huh.
Tom Sheet.
A scorner seeketh wisdom and findeth it not, but knowledge is easy unto him that understandeth.
Uh-huh. Knowledge is easy unto him that understandeth. What is understanding? To depart from evil.
Depart from evil.
So if you depart from evil, then you can understand a lot more because you are on the path of departing and leaving off from wickedness.
That's right.
Tom Sheet.
Go from the presence of a foolish man
Uh-huh.
when thou perceivest that not in him the lips of knowledge.
She said, leave from the presence of a fool. When you see he start talking gibberish,
Yeah.
talking things and saying things that don't make no sense, he said, leave him alone.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The wisdom of the prudent is to understand his way.
The wisdom of a prudent is to understand his way.
Mhm.
A prudent man is one that governs and disciplines oneself.
That's right.
I don't need you to discipline me.
That's
I already detect the faults in me and
That's
I
right.
corrected it.
That's right.
Those type of people is what he said. The wisdom of a prudent is to understand his ways.
But the folly of fools is deceit.
Tom Sheet.
Fools make a mock at sin.
Fools make a mock at sin. The word for sin is asham. It don't mean sin. Fools make mock and mockery and joke at offenses,
Uh-huh.
guilt, at trespasses.
Uh-huh.
Certain things we shouldn't be joking about
That's right.
because it's not a joking matter.
That's not a joking matter.
He says, read.
But among the righteous there is favor.
But among the just, but among the upright, there is favor.
Uh-huh.
God will, the word for favor is razon. Razon is acceptance. I will accept. Among the just, among the upright, God will accept you.
Mm-hmm.
You will be God. God will delight in you because you are just and you are upright in the eyes of God.
Uh-huh.
Tom Sheet, verse 10.
The heart knoweth his own bitterness.
Uh-oh. And we all know that.
Uh-huh.
I said the heart knoweth his own bitterness. You know what it says in the Hebrew? The heart knoweth the bitterness of his own soul. Which means you know what you meant when you said that. You know what you meant when you did this. Don't tell me you didn't mean to do that, or you didn't mean the other, or mean the other, or mean this.
Okay.
You said the heart knoweth the bitterness of his own soul. Tom Sheet.
And a stranger doth not intermeddle with his joy.
And a stranger don't intermeddle with his joy. Read.
The house of the wicked shall be overthrown.
What verse is that?
11.
Go ahead.
The house of the wicked shall be overthrown.
The house of the wicked shall be overthrown by God. Go ahead.
But the tabernacle of the upright shall flourish.
Mm-hmm.
There is a way which seemeth right unto a man.
And the problem is that we handle the situation according to how you think is best to you.
That's how I feel.
We handle situations according to how we feel and not according to what God said. This is why we feel that there is a way which seemeth right unto a man.
It seems right to me.
It seems okay for me to handle this way because this is how I'm feeling right now.
Yeah.
This is how I'm feeling.
Or because of what that person.
Or because of what this person did. But we don't analyze and judge matters according to what God said.
Gotta stick to that.
Go ahead. We got to stick to this. Read.
But the end thereof are the ways of death.
Uh-oh. The end thereof, your hereafter, are the ways of death. Because I have handled this situation according to my own emotions, this is the way and the path to destruction. You leading yourself into destruction. Tom C.
Even in laughter, the heart is sorrowful.
Even in laughter.
Maybe laughter.
Even in laughter. The heart is sorrowful. How many times you done laugh or hurting inside?
It's going through it. It's going through it.
Because the person is going through it. And we should not treat people or act with people according to what you is going through.
I don't take it out on you.
Now, I cannot take it out
I
on
got
you.
I'm with you. I got you.
I understand, but we have to learn and understand, and this is why I said we have to understand that God do it all things, so that I don't take my frustration out on you.
I'm not supposed to
I'll be able to let it go.
I ain't get that frustrated because God.
No, God did it. So I can't allow that to get me all frustrated and bent out of shape. No, God did it. Godly men and godly women don't do that.
They accept the will.
Tom Sheen.
Proverbs 14, verse 13. Even in laughter, the heart is sorrowful, and the end of that mirth is heaviness.
The end of the laugh, when I'm done with the laughing, I'm still stressed. Heavy. Heart is heavy.
After everybody
Right
leave.
after everything is
After
over.
everybody leave. Yeah.
It's heavy. Tom Sheen.
The backslider in heart shall be filled with his own way.
The backslider in heart shall be filled with his own ways. The Hebrew word for a backslider is samek shubut's email, right? Now, the definition of a backslider in the Hebrew, it means to move away. This is deep, man. He said the backslider, read that over, please.
The backslider in heart shall be filled with his own way.
So you begin to backslide or to move away or to turn away from God in here. When it speaks about the heart, it speaks about the mind. Before I move and against God or stop doing these laws, the opinion or the thought came here first.
That's right.
Okay? It came here first. The backslider in heart shall be filled with his own ways. And because I turn and I backslide with God, God is going to fulfill me and feed me with my own heart's lust, which means he's going to feed you according to your own wickedness. He's going to feed you according to what you think is right. And it ain't right. And that's wickedness. And that's wickedness. You will not be able to analyze the situation by using the book. Okay, now let's hit this one. Hit the next one.
And a good man shall be satisfied from himself.
Do we understand this?
Oh, I understand that.
Huh?
I gotta be
I
satisfied.
said, do we understand this? We don't understand this.
It's evil.
Now, this is the definition of a good man. He said, a good man will be satisfied from himself. Okay, so let's go back now. What does satisfied with yourself mean so we can understand what does satisfied from yourself mean? You see where my mind is at?
Oh, yeah.
Do we read the book with that perspective? No. So stop cursing
Uh-huh.
the rulers
Uh-huh.
and the teachers of your people.
Uh-huh.
Don't do that, because Exodus 22 speaks against that.
Bow not.
Satisfied with yourself means what? You're pleased with yourself
I'm doing myself.
and no criticism of yourself.
Nothing wrong
Now,
with that.
what's the opposite? You know what's the opposite? Satisfied with yourself, which means you are not pleased with yourself. That's what the good man is. A good man that has a determination to serve God will never be pleased with himself because he's always on the move or with the mentality
Never enough.
to do better.
Do better. It's never enough.
He's always looking within himself to find fault within himself to change. The good man is never satisfied. It's always satisfied from himself. I said, the good man shall be satisfied from himself. He said, because you are searching inside yourself to find what is not right according to what God said. So you know what that means? Maybe. It's always a maybe. I said it's always a maybe.
Could be wrong. I could have
When you are trying to better yourself with God, it's always a maybe. Never point and look at people like they're 100% wrong and you is all right.
doubt yourself.
Never do that.
When it comes to God.
You understand?
That's right.
Never. Children, the children is better than the grown-ups. The grown-ups stubborn up.
Yeah.
I said the grown-ups that refuse to change their ways,
Set in their
they
ways.
stubborn up with God and they set on their way and they continue to see this? This is how your face look.
Yup. Talk about it, brother.
You know what this means?
Turned up, twisted,
Twisted.
twisted.
Come on, man.
Chill. Stand up for that one, baby. I got stand up for that.
Grown-ups refuse to humble themselves with God.
See my hands?
And that's why God said, all these Negroes, kill them all. I'm going to bring the children in. The children will accept. I said the children will listen. But the adults and the grown-ups, they all set in their ways. Leave these goddamn people alone. He said, I'm not going to kill them all at once. Little by little, they're going to die in this wilderness. And I'm not bringing them back in Israel. Then I go into Jerusalem. And guess what? It's just like now. Negroes won't change. The man and the woman. You refuse to change. And your face continue to look like this.
A ram's horn.
This is how your face look.
A ram's
Continue to look like this.
Yeah. Talk about it, bro.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Alright?
That's the honest truth.
Talk about it, bro.
That's constant feelings of needing to be better and do more when you are not satisfied. When you are satisfied from yourself. I said the good man is satisfied from who?
From himself.
From himself. When I read that, I said, man.
Your own worst enemy.
I said, man, I gotta bring this. This is a banger.
Everybody ain't gonna get that.
This is a banger. Thank God for wisdom and opening my eyes to his laws, commandments, and statutes so that I can do better. I don't care about nobody else. I said, so I can do better and change my ways. Now I know how God wants me to be. And that's how you're supposed to look at it. How God wants you to be. You blasted fool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Stop being stubborn with God, man. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Why be so stubborn?
Talk about it, brother.
Do you have a destiny? Are you destined for destruction? You can't breathe and let the fierceness, let it go. Look, sit down, think, be quiet. Now I want everybody to go like this. And release the tension that has been built in behind your damn neck. And receive the correction of God.
That
Not if you bet on being the Rams on.
Let's read, man. Let's read.
Proverbs chapter 14, verse 15.
Verse 15.
The simple believe it every word.
The simple believe every word. The simple is an experience
It's
and is easily misled. Easily misled. I said easily misled. Go ahead.
But the prudent man looketh well to his going.
But the prudent man look well to his going. The prudent man, you know what? Look well to his going. He watches ways. He watches ways. His going and his coming, his movement, his actions, his thoughts, his words. I said the prudent man was on point with these things. A prudent man knows the importance of careful consideration and planning in one's actions and decisions, analyzing the consequences and choose what the best thing to do. So they analyze their decisions, they analyze their actions, they analyze their words before they do it or they get into it. That's the prudent man. Tom, see?
A wise man feareth and departed from evil. Oh.
That tells me who. That tells me if you're wise or not.
Listen to this.
I said that tells me if you're wise or not. It said a wise man, number one, fears. He fears God. Fearing God means to be afraid of God. And when you are afraid of God, you are afraid to offend God. That's fear. I said that's fear. He said the prudent man does what? Read that over.
The prudent man, a wise man feareth.
A wise man feareth, and he leave off from evil. He departs from evil. He departs from wickedness. Tom, see?
But the fool rageth and is confident.
But the fool rageth and is confident. Wait a minute. The fool rageth. You know what's the Hebrew word for rage? It says ayin beit resh, abad. You know what abad means? The fool transgress and he still pushes his chest out. He's still confident.
He's still confident. Still confident. Talking.
But guess what? This fool don't recognize the fact that he is a sinful soul. You think you perfect. You think you right.
Think you're better than.
You think you good. No. Sin lies within, brother. I said iniquity lies within. Don't walk around here like you're confident and you're don't walk around here like that.
Yeah.
No, man. Don't walk around here like that, man. We supposed to be walking around here in life with a character of humility before God, because we are not faultless. We are not without fault. Tom sheet.
He that is soon angry dealeth foolishly.
What verse you at?
17.
He that is soon angry dealeth foolishly. The Hebrew word for soon angry is quatzed apayim. Quatzed apayim means impatient in anger. He that is impatient in anger, which means when you're impatient in anger, you move according to your anger, according to your emotions, and you do things, and you say things, and you end up hurting people, and you end up hurting yourself. You end up hurting people or hurting yourself, because I moved impatiently in my anger. Tom C.
And a man of wicked devices is hated.
A man of wicked devices. A man with evil intentions. A man with an evil purpose. He said, God hate him. He's hated. Tom C.
The simple inherit folly.
The who?
The simple inherit folly.
The simple inherit folly. Now hold up. Hold that right there. Evil intentions. Right? Is your purpose behind your actions. Evil intentions is your purpose behind what you said. You say things, but I didn't say it directly to you, but I just threw it out there, but I really meant it to hit you.
I know it's going to hit you.
That's evil intentions. You see what God said? You see how God can denote and show you you're wicked?
That's right.
You know how many people do that?
Every day.
I said, you know how many people say things, but not directly to the person,
Focus.
but they throw it in the air, meaning it for that person to catch? You cannot do that. Why? Because the wisdom of Solomon said, when people do things like that, he said that person is evil.
That's right.
That shows that you're wicked. Stop throwing words.
Uh-oh.
Don't throw words. You want to say something to me? Come to me and say it.
That's right.
Uh-oh.
Don't stand there and throw it in the air, and then when someone confronts you, but Ima, I wasn't talking to him, Ima. I was just talking. Don't be evil.
Evil.
You know you said it, but it was directed to him. You know you said it,
You know why
but you're
you said
talking
it.
about him.
You know why you
The
said
book teaches us how we need to be.
That's right.
So the book teaches us how we need to be, man. Go rebuke the person, chastise, go reprimand, go tell them. Don't throw it in the air. How you act towards people goes into being impartial. You hear that? How I act with you shows that I'm impartial.
Favoritism.
You know why? I look at you and I treat you one way, but when Lucille come, hey Lucille, I love you. Come here, daughter. Come on up there. Let the world see you. Come on. And see Lucille come. He said, hey Lucille, how you doing, Lucille? But Mary Lou come. Hi, Mary Lou. Hi, Mary Lou. Well, Lucille, I'm on lolly-daggy with Lucille. That's not godly. That's not right. And it shows that you are impartial. You're not partial, because if you're partial, then I greet everybody the same. You want to learn what God said? You want to learn righteousness? I said, you want to learn righteousness? I said, do you want to learn righteousness?
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to tell you is righteousness. And I'm going to show you what the book said. Righteousness. So keep doing it.
Talk about it, brother.
And see how far you get from God.
Talk about it, brother.
Keep doing it.
Little by little.
These are the things we said.
Little by little.
Little by little.
Put it away.
Mayat
Yeah.
y mayat.
Yeah, that's right.
Mayat is little.
That's right.
Mayat with mayat.
Yeah.
Little by little.
Yeah.
Poquito a poco.
Yeah, poquito a poco.
Poquito a poco. My parents from Panama, so let me tell you. Poquito a poco. Little by little, you will begin. Little by little, you will begin to depart from God just by your ways, by being impartial. And you be impartial by your treatment.
That's right.
I said you can be impartial by your treatment. Stop playing with me, man. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Where we at?
Verse 18. The
Verse
simple
18.
inherit folly.
Uh-oh. He said the simple. Wait, hold on. I ain't finished yet. How you act towards people goes into being impartial, meaning treating all equally.
Oh, wow.
Don't act or treat a person one way, but don't act the same with others. You're impartial. So continue doing it. But we walk around here like we know it all.
Yeah.
You don't know the half, brother,
Yeah.
sister. You don't know the half.
Yeah.
We're still learning.
That's right.
And we have to learn. The only way we can learn is with humility. You have to have humility in order to learn. You got to be humble in order to learn. But you're never going to learn because there's not a humble bone in your body.
Reinz on.
Time sheet.
But the prudent are crowned with knowledge.
Uh-oh. Go ahead.
The evil bow before the good.
Uh-oh. That's right. Mm-hmm.
and the wicked at the gates of the righteous.
The evil bow before the good, and the wicked at the gates of the righteous. Read.
The poor is hated even of his own neighbor.
The poor is hated even of his own people.
Tell me about it.
Of his own people. You ain't got nothing? Believe me, nobody want to be your friend.
Don't even say nothing.
Don't even say nothing
You're
to
not
me.
even listening to you.
You ain't got no friends. You ain't got nobody to back you. Everything you say and do is wrong because you poor and you ain't got nothing. That's why God look out for the poor. God look out for the stranger.
That's right.
God look out for the yatum.
That's
The
right.
word for fatherless is yatum.
That's
You know what
right.
it means? It don't mean fatherless. Yatum means unprotected. Because my father could be doing 20 years in prison and I'm unprotected. I'm under the realm. I'm supposed to be under the realm of the fatherless.
That's right.
Well, my father ain't dead. It's like he's dead. He's doing 30 years.
Is he here to protect
He must be protected. That child must be protected.
That's right.
Go ahead.
But the rich have many friends.
The rich got many friends.
Yeah.
Got a lot of friends. Tom C.
He that despiseth his neighbor sinneth.
He that despises, he that hates his neighbor, sinneth. Man, I hate them. I hate all of it. Chill out. So now we gotta play that hating game with a grain of salt. God said, King David said, I hate them that hate thee. Right? But then in here, in the wise words of wisdom, he said, he that despises or hate his neighbor, transgress. So we have to really be circumspect. Ain't nothing wrong with hating, but know for sure what you're hating and you're not violating. It's a very thin line. It's a thin line between that, between hate and not hating. Knowing when to hate, what to despise, and knowing when not to despise and not to hate.
Wisdom tell you all that.
Wisdom tells you that.
Wisdom will tell you all that.
He said, but he that hath mercy on the poor, happy is he. Happy is he. Let's read verse 22. Proverbs 14, verse 22. And we all go ahead.
Do they not err that devise evil?
Do they not err that devise evil?
Yes.
What does it mean to devise evil? Devising evil means to conjure up an idea,
Scheme, make up.
to scheme, to make up your thoughts, your opinions, your ands, ifs, or buts is evil. It's not correlated to what God said. Your ifs, ands, and buts are evil because it doesn't correlate with what God says. Forget about if. I don't know who that person named If. Who's that person named If? That person named If been living around for a very long time. Anytime something happens, If comes up.
You hear a rule.
Next thing, someone else come up and say, but. Who's but? Next thing, someone come up and where these three stooges come from? And ifs and buts.
It's button in.
They're all rejections. It means the person is about to reject whatever was happening or said.
Rejecting the order.
And they want to justify their actions. Adam ain't have a but and or if. Adam told the truth. He said, the woman that you gave me,
Which you did give.
the woman that you gave me, she gave me of the tree and I did eat.
You told the truth.
He said, she gave me of the tree and I did eat.
He told the truth.
He told the truth. And I got this from a brother, and I got to share it with you. I can't find the brother name. Where is he? Not you. I gotta find it because it shows us the mentality of a people, of a godly people, man. And let me type it. Let me see something. I'm gonna type the brother name. There it is. Let me see. There it is. No. Just hold it. One thing. Rest your eyes. Rest your day. Now you can close your eyes and look in the sky and look all over the place while the teacher ain't teaching. You can do all that now. So enjoy yourself while you look all over the place. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna find it. I gotta find this because what the brother said, it made a lot of sense, right? So a person said that Adam didn't take accountability. I said, what do you mean Adam didn't take accountability?
Yes, he did.
I said, we gotta remember that they both was innocent. Adam just told the truth. He told the truth. That's it. The other brother, Shalomaya, Moray Shalomaya, right? You want to hear what he said? His response was very good. He said, yes, that's all Adam did was tell the truth.
That's all he did.
Eve, was the first helpmate with a heart towards her husband.
Yeah.
When he told me that, man, I wanted to throw my phone. How many wives got a heart towards their Lord, towards their husband? That's what the woman in the book had.
No matter what.
Every woman in the book had a heart towards their husband.
Not a ram's horn.
Okay? I said every woman had a heart towards her husband.
Not a ram's.
I said, he said, she didn't know. You hear this? She didn't know the real consequences of eating the fruit. He's right. You think Eve knew the consequences of eating that? She didn't know, or she would have never touched it. She got tricked.
She got tricked, man.
She got tricked.
She said it. He tricked me.
She got tricked. Now this proves what? That proved that it didn't have no effect on Eve until Adam ate it. You gonna play games? After Adam ate it, God said, hey, both of their eyes is open now. It didn't affect them when she ate it, but it had an effect when Adam ate it. Read the book.
Right.
Read the book, man.
Right.
Read the book.
Talk about it, Garcon.
Read the book, man.
Yeah.
And when he said that, I had to applaud him with those wise words.
All he did was tell the truth. That's right.
With those wise words. Don't blame the woman.
Yeah.
Stop blaming the woman.
Yeah.
We need to blame yourself. You blame you.
Yeah.
You the reason why. Oh, damn son of man.
Yeah.
You allowed her to do this. Allow her to do that. Allow her to do that and then blame her. No, you the rule. You the head. Put your foot down. Put your foot down. We call people tyrants.
Because you can't have your way.
Because you can't have your way
Yeah.
according to what God said.
Yeah. Because you can't have your way. Yeah.
The man or husband must put his foot down according to the laws of God. That's it. That's it. You hear one baby in here. The leader used to come and say, hey, man, what happened to you guys? Ain't nobody having no babies. Then you turn around and look at the brother, hey, you, brother, you've been married to that sister for 5 years. 5 years. Y'all ain't had no babies yet? You need to get to work, brother. He's still on. He said, go. Then he go. He look. He go. He said, there goes the doc. He said, there goes the Rofe. Go see the doc. He gonna fix you up. You think I'm joking? That's what the head do. That's what he do. He said, man, you've been with your woman for 10 years and you ain't had no kid yet. Go see Rofe. Rofe was who? My father. My father dealt with the herbs.
Yeah.
Zemos. He called it the thing. The leader. Head knock of all Israel. He was the Hanasi, the prince. Prince Yaakov, right? Right? He was the first Hanasi, the leader of all, right? Head knock of all Israelites. Before he came from Cincinnati, Ohio, and people, black men, was calling themselves black Jews and Moors. And he told everybody and said, listen, man, this is we're Israelites, man.
God was working with
He'll
that.
turn around and say, listen, he called my Abba. He said, yo, let me get the thing. He called it the thing. The thing is what? Sea moss. He called it sea moss because sea moss, it builds your count, your reproductive system.
So you can reproduce.
It builds that so you're able to
Make
reproduce.
babies.
But the prince will do things like that. The prince does that. The prince does that, man. That's what he did. But Samshi, where we at?
Proverbs 14, verse 22. Do they not err that devise evil? But
Do they not err that devise evil?
But mercy and truth shall be to them.
But mercy and truth shall be to them that devise good. God will show you mercy if your thoughts and your ideas are godly thoughts. Yeah. If your thoughts and your ideas are righteous thoughts. Tom, see?
In all labor there is profit.
In all labor there is profit.
But the talk of the lips tendeth only to penury. The crown of the wise is their riches, but the foolishness of fools is folly. Verse 25. A true witness delivereth souls, but a deceitful witness speaketh lies.
A true witness delivereth souls. You done delivered a person from getting his head bashed in by telling the truth. By telling the truth, whether the truth, telling the truth, gets yourself in trouble. It doesn't matter because we were a truthful people. You know, most of the time throughout the book, we didn't need witnesses because these people was truthful.
They were truthful.
Very rare you can count on the one hand to see if you needed witnesses.
They were
because
truthful.
These people was truthful, and they'll come to you and
wrong.
tell you, and they wrong.
He said,
man, I did this, and I did this. Right. He said, so go ahead, kill me.
He said, I seen the wedge of gold, and I desired. No, it was the gold.
Wedge of gold
and the gold. He said, I desired it and took it for myself.
That's right. That's right.
Now do me dirty.
I have sinned.
He said, now do me in.
That's right.
David said, I have sinned.
So go ahead, Tom Sheep.
But a deceitful witness speaketh lies.
But a deceitful witness speaketh lies. A deceitful witness speaketh lies. Tom Sheep.
And the fear of the Lord is strong confidence.
And the fear of the Lord is strong confidence.
And his children shall have a place of refuge.
And his children shall have a place of refuge. Once you, oh my goodness, in the fear of God is a strong confidence. And because you fear God, your children will have a place of refuge. Your children will have somewhere to go. So that's right.
They will have somewhere to serve God.
Tom Sheep.
That's right. The fear of the Lord is a fountain of life.
The fear of the Lord is a fountain of life.
To depart from the snares of death.
To depart from the snares of death. The fear of God gives it life. And by you fearing God,
right,
you will depart
from
traps.
You won't get trapped off.
You won't get trapped off. Tom Sheep.
In the multitude of people is the king's honor. But in the want of people is the destruction of the prince.
Tom Sheep.
He that is slow to
wrath
is of great understanding.
He that is slow to wrath is of great understanding. Is of great understanding. I'm a person that get angry quick. I see myself, but can you see yourself? Yeah, I know I get angry quick. I know I get angry quick. Yeah, I know. But I still got the determination to serve God. Yeah. But I still have a determination in me to serve God. Yeah.
So what if
I still read the book to seek out my faults and my wicked ways within me so that I can change and be better with God. Yeah.
So my anger is controlled.
So
anyway.
Listen, man.
With the book, I can't do a lot of things.
Tom Sheep.
He that is slow to wrath is of great understanding.
It's of great
But
understanding. That is what?
But
Hasty.
he that is hasty of spirit exalted folly.
He that is hasty in spirit exalted folly. The Hebrew word for hasty, it means impatient in your spirit. You're an impatient person and you move according to yourself being impatient. You do things quick without thinking. You move too fast. Tom She.
A sound heart is the life of the flesh.
A sound heart is the life of the flesh. So now we're going to learn what a sound heart is. A sound heart is pure. A sound heart is free from negative emotions. A sound heart is free from sins. Free from negative emotions that can harm ourselves, harm yourself and others. A heart that shows kindness and compassion towards others. That's a sound heart. Go ahead.
But envy, the rottenness of the bones.
Envy would cause your bones to rot. Huh? Envy will cause your bones to rot. Keen ah. It means envy. Envy is a feeling of discontent or resentful towards others. So now when I continue to dwell within being discontent and resentful. So let's learn that. Because if I continue to have these two things in me, God said it's going to affect your bones. Discontent and resentful. Right? Go ahead.
What verse you at? I'm at 31 now.
Go ahead.
He that oppresseth the poor reproacheth his maker.
He that oppresseth the poor reproacheth his maker. Go ahead.
But he that honoreth him hath mercy on the poor.
That's right. Go ahead.
The wicked is driven away in his wickedness, but the righteous have hope in his death. Wisdom rested in the heart of him that had understanding.
Wisdom rested in the heart of him that had understandings.
But
that had understandings, Tom Sheet.
But the righteous have hope in his death.
But the righteous have hope in his death. The righteous look forward to his death. I said the righteous look forward to his death.
Okay.
Why a righteous man will look forward to his death? Because they've been living their life righteous, living their life right according to God. And everything that's here on earth, they're not looking for.
It's not their portion.
This is not their portion.
His salvation is after that.
And with that, I hope everybody has gotten what was bought. And I hope that everybody has listened with an ear to acknowledge where they are going wrong at with God and change and stop being stubborn. First, we become stubborn with ourselves. We stubborn up within ourselves first.
Say it again, brother.
Before you stubborn up with God, the spirit of stubbornness starts to grow within yourself, and then it shows in your actions, in your appearance, and in your speech, and in your face.
Ram's horn.
Serve God and keep his commandments. But that's the whole duty of man, not woman. The duty of woman is to follow a husband. The duty of man is to serve God. The duty of children is to honor their parents. Serve them.
Regardless.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom to God.
We're going to call up the next speaker, Teacher D, Chief Mikhail and Lewy.
Oh.
Kumu. giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. There is none holy. There is none holy as the Lord, but there is none beside thee. Neither is there any rock like our God. Talk no more exceeding proud. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumbled are girded with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry ceased, so that the barren hath borne 7, and she that hath borne children is waxed feeble. The Lord kill it and make it alive. He bring it down to the grave and bring it up. The Lord make it poor and make it rich. He bring it low and lift it up. He raised up the poor out of the dust and lifted up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness, for by strength shall no man prevail. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken in pieces. Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength unto his king, and exalt the horn of his anointed. Please repeat after me. Exodus chapter 20. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy to thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Shabbat day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work,
thou,
thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
and all the sea,
the sea,
and all that in the midst,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the 7th day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountains smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his spare may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I had talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Giving all due respect to princemen, chief men, brothers in Israel, visitors, brothers and sisters, I bid y'all to tell about forefathers, Shabbat Shalom. Okay. The whole idea of this is to live God's commandments, right? Let me tell you something about his commandments. It's 613 of them. It's 613 commandments. That's a lot. That's a lot. People say, man, that's a lot of commands. That's a lot of rules. Yes, it is a lot of rules. But you will cover them in your lifetime. You're not going to get all these rules in one shot.
That's right.
This takes your whole lifetime to complete. Now, these 613 is broken down to 248 positive. The positive controls your bloodstream. You know what your bloodstream is? Your level, your blood levels. High blood level, low blood level. God, his laws, and how we deal with his laws. It's positive, which is thou shalt, right? There's thou shalt for 248. There's 248 commands that says thou shalt. Then you have 365 negative that says thou shalt not. So there's more thou shalt not than thou shalt. There's more of you can't, don't, I prohibit, I do not allow. And that's the problem. Children don't like to be told what to do. Children. I watched a mother speaking to her daughter, and she's reprimanding her about something. You can tell by a person's face when they don't like what they're hearing. And I see it in the child. And I'm looking at the child, and the child is like, but the child can't say nothing because she's going to get smacked. She's going to get hit. You know what the child did? I said, hey, you should never do that when your mother is speaking to you. Don't you ever yawn and do that. You know what that means? That means I don't want to hear what you got to say. I'm tired of hearing it now. And she said, oh, I didn't know that. I said, well, now you know. So you need to go in there and tell your mother I'm sorry and never do that again. We got to be like that with God. That's right. We act the same way that child acts. You got a lot of negative laws, a lot of positive laws, and they are connected to your bloodstream. The positive, thou shalt. When you follow those and you do it, your bloodstream, your blood is going to be correct. When a man's blood is correct, he can have children correctly. Okay? The negative, thou shalt not. That controls your organs. So every time you go against, every time you do what God say don't do, it jams up your heart, your brain, your liver, your spleen, your pancreas, every organ in your body, your eye. This is why the body starts not working after a while. It's sin. Sin. Oh, listen, he got a disease or he got sick. Sin brung that. Sin is the wages of death. It says it covers all aspects of life. That's right. These commandments that God gave us covers everything you go through in life. You don't need, what you call that? A marriage counselor. The child don't need to see a psych. The child needs to be disciplined. And you are embedding the child in his behavior. Now you think it's mental. But when we got to evaluate the child. I got an evaluation for the child. See, I was put away for 5 years. When I came back, one of my sons was put on pills because he was acting up in school. I said, give me the pills. Throw it away. He said, no. I said, don't worry about it. I whipped the belt out. I put it down there. And I walked out. I didn't say nothing else. The child went to school and he behaved himself. All right? I didn't have to say nothing. Because you are enabling. We enable each other in our sin. I enable myself in my sin. And when I stop enabling you, you're going to get mad. And I expect that. You know what? I still love you. You know why? Because that's just the wicked in you. That's just the wicked in us. whenever we hear this, whenever somebody tells us this, and we start feeling a way or acting a way, or I'm not with it, guess what? That's your wicked side getting punched by the words of God. That's what it is. Allow it to get punched.
Break yourself.
That's how you break yourself, man. I had to break myself, man. I got to a place. Wait. I say I serve God and I'm doing this. I say I serve God and I allow that. I say I serve God. Yeah. I had to stop looking at everybody. And I keep it on myself. It said the good man never calls himself a good man.
That's right.
I'm going to tell y'all that right now. A good woman never calls herself a good woman.
Uh-oh.
You never call yourself a good man. Because that shows pride. That means you still got pride in you. Because I want to be treated a certain way now because I'm a good man. God commanded me to be this way. Oh, I take care of my children. You're supposed to. You're supposed to serve God. Let somebody else say that's a good man. Let someone else say that's a good woman. Let God say that's a good man. Let God say that's a good woman. Let's get out of ourselves.
Right.
Let's get out of ourselves.
Right.
We just heard about satisfying yourself. Did y'all get that? Did y'all get that?
Satisfied is a good man.
Me satisfying myself, I can't do these commandments.
From yourself.
When God say thou shalt not, I'm going to do it. When God say do it, thou shalt, I'm going to say no, you're not supposed to do it. Don't that sound familiar? Ain't that how Israelites move today? Mm-hmm. Let's check ourselves. I don't have no love for myself. That's why I ain't got no love for you. Mm-hmm. That's why there is no love amongst Israel. We don't love God. So God, he backs up and let things go down.
That's right.
And we walking around here dissatisfied.
That's right.
But we're not satisfying God. That's why we are dissatisfied.
That's right.
And that's how it's going to stay.
That's right.
Okay, now we can go into our chapter. Exodus chapter 20. We go back to basics. I stay on the basics.
Yeah.
Because when you stray away from the basics, everybody start getting a little too smart for themselves. Everybody becomes a professor and get a little too outside of themselves and want to tell. If the teacher becomes the student becomes the teacher, the husband becomes the wife becomes the husband, the children become the parents become the children. Stop playing. That's why we got these laws, because it keeps all of us in our place.
That's right.
God said he got a place, but I don't want to admit I got a place.
God got a place.
God got a place. He said, I will go back to my place until you acknowledge that you're wrong.
Why can't I have a place? Why can't I have a place?
So God got a place. What about you? What about you? What about you? What about them? What about us?
Talk about it, mate.
Time sheet. Exodus 20. And these are the words that was given. These are the first batch of laws. All the laws come from this. The 613 come from the first 10. Okay? These 10, they were able to do in the wilderness. That's why God gave them these. He didn't give them the Jubilee, the laws of the Jubilee, because they ain't in the land yet. You have to be in the land to follow the laws of the Jubilee. Okay? He didn't give them laws about the farming, the agricultural laws yet, because they're in the wilderness. He gave them, and God spake all these words, saying. So, this is God speaking. We criticize him. Godly people and God off of God's words. We some wicked people. Hey, she lied, he lied. If it don't say it in the book, leave it alone.
That's right.
Leave it alone. You lied. But he lied. Okay, that's one time. They can count their sins. Can you count yours? Can you tell me how many times you lied? Can you tell me how many times you lied down and cohabitated without being married? Man and woman. Can we count these things? Now you see how much iniquity you got in you. Now we see. Have you ever looked at yourself that way?
No.
How many times did I break this commandment? How many years was I doing this?
Yeah.
Did you look at that?
Yeah.
Does it make you feel guilty?
Yeah.
It should.
Yeah. Why do I ram's horn when I hear the law?
Okay, the Rams horn. New meaning. Why do I push my bass up?
Yeah.
Some people don't push their bass up. Some people smile and disassemble here.
Most
Most people do that. But either way, God see it. God knows it. And he will hold you accountable. We have to let go of these things that are stopping us from serving God. Because God, he said, I spake these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God. You know what that means? I am your God.
Yeah.
Stop calling them God. Stop calling that who you used to call God. No more. I am your Lord, not theirs. I'm not their God. I'm your God. That's why you have to follow these commandments. You do not have to stress yourself about other people in the world following God. And that's where you mess up at. Our job is not to teach the world. That plan failed. We were supposed to be a priest to all nations, and all nations will come and learn how to serve God through us in time, because we will be a nation of priests. Yeah. Even the king would be priests. The citizens is priests. We would have advanced. It would have advanced. We never got to read the history of these people advancing with God. They were struggling with God. Yeah. They never advanced into a kingly, a holy nation. They never got to be a holy nation under one king, under God. That was the point that we was getting to. But it went off somewhere else. So God left it up to the earth, to the wicked of the earth. Let them have it. My righteous ain't doing the job. I'm going to scatter them off. They ain't doing the job. All right, let them go. You go here, you go here, you go here, you go here, you go here. You go here. Whatever idea you had here, you go off with that into the world. And now the world runs it now. Okay? You don't run nothing. You don't have your own land no more. There's no king. There's no captain. There's no army. All you got is this book. That's it. Some words to read. But these words are mandatory for your life. Because see, when we had everything, God took that from us because we didn't deserve it. We took advantage of it. We took advantage of the situation. And we thought it was going to be nice. And I'm going to have my way with God all my life. I'm going to have my way. And that's why we got kicked out. And that's why other people are saying they're Israel. That's why other people are saying they're the Jews. That's why other people, God did that. You can't, so I am going to be mad at God's decision. I can't be, well, man, the white people, and they got us here, they put us as slaves, and they did this to us, man, and I hate them. No. No, man, what they did to us is because of what we did. God did that to us. God did that. God put us in slavery. God put Israel in slavery before he put blacks in slavery. Y'all understand that one? Do y'all understand? Do y'all know y'all history? Y'all know the history of Israel? We got put in slavery way before worldwide slavery. That's right. Check it. Go to Google it, whatever. Check it. Historians, check it. Israel been going into slavery.
Don't blame the white man.
We came out of slavery.
Don't blame the white man.
Stop blaming. Blame yourself. Whatever happened to me is because of my shortcomings with God. Now, then or then. It's not your fault no more. It's my fault. Okay? You just happen to be in a mix so it could happen to me. Oh, man, he snitched on me and put me in jail. God told him to do that.
That's right. That's right.
Because you wasn't coming to Shabbat.
That's right. Uh-oh.
That's why you got snitched on.
Uh-oh.
Because you ate with the blood.
Talk about it, brother.
That's why this thing riled up on you and now you got beef.
Talk about it, brother.
All the bad things that happened to us is because of what I did with the works of my hands in my past. I still have to pay for these things.
That's right.
So I'm always going to have this guilty conscience. I'm never going to come in and say, yeah, I'm good with God now. Yeah, base, I got it all. I'm good. The books say don't say that. The books say don't say that you're good, that you there with God. And God. No. I got to understand you. It says don't say these things. Don't say, yeah, I'm good. I have enough of me. I'm good. I'm great. No. It's never enough concerning the Most High. Time sheet.
And God speak all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
And I was going to point out something. The Egyptians were black, right? The Israelites were black, right? Black had black on slave way before the white man put anybody black in slavery. We was doing it to each other before anybody did it to us. God allowed them to do it to us because we were doing it to each other. I wanted to lie with your wife. Thou shalt not commit adultery, but I want to lay with your wife. Thou shalt not steal, but I just stole from you. And I lied and said I ain't taking. Because I always say the lie. I was always taught a liar and a thief. You gotta steal a lie, and you gotta lie to steal. They go hand in hand. Sin accommodates sin. Okay? So we gotta make up for the things that we've done before. It's things that you forgot you did. God, remember, God got somebody writing it down. So let's stop acting up. Let's encourage each other, show more love to each other for God. For God's sake. Verse 3, thou shalt have no other gods before me. You can't put, see, this is for, these are ancient people. These ancient nations are coming from heavy idolatry and paganism. Okay? Their families, idolatry, religion started within families, ancient families. They didn't have a church to go to back then. Every house was their own church. Their dead was buried in the biggest room. That's why it's called the living room. The dead, we will honor the dead in this room by putting their name, writing their name, pictures,
today they
and rituals.
They don't do bodies today.
Okay? They do pictures.
Pictures in the living room.
But it started with the original, the body.
Bodies, that's right.
Started with bodies. That's why they call it the living room. Because the dead lives on in there. When you go into a person's living room, you see the whole family.
That's
they
right.
go great granddad right here. They go cousin, first cousin Luke.
Cousin Mary.
Yeah. All the way down to the youngest in the family that just graduated. You see everybody like this. Half of them are dead. And they're being honored in the form and the fashion of Babylonians and Egyptians. We cannot honor, we don't honor the dead. We weep for our dead. We miss our dead. We cry for our dead. All those are rituals. So when people walk by and they put the flower in the grave, that's a ritual.
That's right.
It's a ritual, a Greek ritual.
That's right.
When somebody dies, they take a bird. They take the bird and put doves and pitches, and it's supposed to make a circle. The circle of life. All that is rituals. It's demonic stuff. The first person to do that was a demon worshiper.
That's right.
Y'all understand that? First person to celebrate his birthday was a demon worshiper.
That's right.
Remember, birthdays and astrology and astronomy goes together. Time sheet. So if I put any of these things in their days before God, I have put them before God. God said, thou shalt have no other God. You can't have, it's only me. There is no intermediary. It's no, you go to that God, then you come to me. No. God said, it's only me. So now that you met me, cut that off. Abraham did that. Abraham was one man in the whole planet. When God appeared to him, he made his mind up right then and there. That's why he never went back. And we could be There's a lot of people that grew up as heathens and met God. You can do the same thing, but you keep going back.
Yep.
Or you won't let go. Let go of what?
Pass.
The past. The past. The past is something else.
Go.
The past has a way of being in 1991 and still affecting you now in 2025.
Feel the same way.
Because you ain't let go.
You ain't let go.
You ain't let it go.
You gotta let go.
You still got that grudge. With him, he happy. He's sitting and being happy with his sin. You over here. Yeah.
It's hype.
Let that go, man. A woman ain't even supposed to have a grudge. These are things for men. You know, women didn't even get into that stuff. Women didn't even, all they want to do is have babies for their husband. That's it, man.
Now they drinking and smoking.
And they kept, look, and if they couldn't, they pushed up on God. They pushed up on God. You see that prayer that I said? That prayer is from Samuel's mother when she couldn't have one. You hear that prayer? Powerful. She said, the Lord kill it, the Lord make it alive. Meaning he can do whatever he want to do. He do whatever he want to do.
And you can't get angry.
No. There was a time when you didn't exist. And you didn't know it because it didn't exist. We got to be real easy, man. Our pride tells us we're supposed to get what we want, when we want, how we want. And it don't work like that.
That's right. Say it again, brother.
When you come to serve God, prepare your soul for temptation. God gonna work you. He's gonna do things to you that wasn't going down before you came here.
That's right.
Okay? He's gonna work you, man.
That's right.
That's it, man. That's it. When we serve gods, he said, when we served the gods of wood and stone, we was good.
Look.
He said, when we came here to serve God, everything went against us.
Hey, look. When you was a heathen, you never went through it.
Until you came here.
But now that you know who God is, now God will
God
get
will
you
put
through
you
it.
through it.
Understand that, man. You're going to go through things that you ain't never went through as a heathen.
Because now you know. It's the sin of
Come
ignorance.
on, man.
Look, I didn't know that I was violating this law until you came and showed me. Right?
Now
Now that I once in the day,
The day that thou hearest,
thou hearest,
harden not thy
go
heart.
hard in your heart. Because now you are accountable for the times you didn't know. You still got to pay for that.
That's right.
And there were certain men in here that say, you know what, man? Let me take up something to the priest right now.
Yeah.
Let me take this up. The man said, no, let me do this just in case my children curse God in their heart. Job, just in case, look. Whether they did or not, look, something was up with that because they died. All of them died. Think about that. Time sheet.
Thou should not make unto thee any graven image.
We did not buy nothing from the store because the stores didn't exist. BJ's didn't exist. Costco's didn't exist. Target didn't exist. The mall didn't exist. Ideal, Pathmark, what's the word we go to? Food Bazaar. Food Bazaar.
Costco.
BJ's. Come. We got nothing but food here. And more than half of the food here is unclean by God.
Food universe.
Food universe.
Western B.
They find a way to get you trapped off with anything as long as it's not God. Yeah. Watch that.
Stop and shop.
Stop and shop. Stop your whole life and shop. And spend your money to buy junk. To buy stuff that's against God's diet anyway. We didn't have all of that. There was no DoorDash. There's no Amazon. We're not calling. You want something, you go and make it, or you go and fight and take it. That's the only way you got stuff. You make it, or spoils of war. All right? The people's gods, the people made their gods.
That's right.
Okay? That's why it's called idols. An idol is a fake divine substance that was made up by its server. How is the master? All right. How can, all right. I'm going to put it to you like this. The slave picks his own master. Don't work like that.
I'll pick you.
It don't work like that. Okay?
Just like you can't.
And that's what happens. That because there's only one God, but we pick our own gods.
Just like you can't choose.
You understand now? We pick our own gods, or I make myself God. Okay, that's where idolatry comes from. All right. It says so you don't make graven images. We don't deal with carved statues or carved images. We don't carve nothing out. Okay. Yeah, my quill over there. Yeah, see that. This is called a maquel, a staff. Well, it's kind of short. Moses' rod was up the hills like a shepherd's beam, real tall. But see, at the end of this, it's just round, right? If I take a knife or chisel and start chiseling out and carve out a monkey head or a lion
That's a
head
graven image.
or a man's head or a
Graven
woman's
image.
head or a kid's
Graven
head
image.
or a
Graven
star
Graven
or
image.
the moon,
Graven image.
that means this is what I represent. This is part in the book where it says my people. It said they inquire of their staff. Y'all know why? Because they put their God, the head of their God is on their staff. That's what they walk with. Oh, that's what they walk with. Okay? When you go to see a king, the king hold out his staff, his scepter. If you don't hold out his scepter, you dead. So everybody is a king in his own right with his rod. And he has his God on it. And it said, my people following them now. They inquire of their staffs. And they want to answer. But they're only answering myself. Whatever answer I get, I made the answer up. That's the stupidity of idolatry. Okay? But we can't be carving things out. We can't, oh well, look at that. He took some soap and he carved an elephant's head out of it. Look how pretty. That's not pretty. What the world say is pretty and what the world say is art and beautiful is not art and pretty and beautiful to us. God said what's beautiful to him.
That's
and
right.
he tells us our art is different.
That's right.
Our art is the beauty of brethren dwelling together in unity. That's beauty. When a man and who? And his wife.
Agreed.
He said, out of all these things, that's the most beautifulest thing. That's more beautiful than watching a bird, a dove flying in the sky.
Fact.
Okay? That's more beautiful than watching the sun rising or the sun setting.
It's
It's more beautiful than a waterfall, and you got a little rainbow in there.
It's a beautiful thing.
See what the heathen says beautiful, right? It may be because it's for them. But God tells us what's beautiful. What's beautiful for us is different. What's beautiful for us doesn't get put on a picture in a frame and put on the wall. That's not right. How we express beauty.
That's right.
Okay? So we leave the carved images alone. Okay? They made it. So when God told them not to make it, they didn't have it. That was the only way they was going to have carved images and statues and idols if you made them. Okay? Tom sheet. Verse 4.
Any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above?
Likeness is an image, a picture of anything that is in heaven. So what you look up, anything that you can see with the bare eye or with a machine, okay, you can't make a likeness of. I cannot make a replica of. Okay, I cannot make a sketch, outline, copy. I gotta leave that alone. Because once I do that, I serve another God, and I ain't even pray to it yet. Okay, right. So God is up and above, the earth beneath, and the water under the earth. There are things that humans are gonna see. God know it in His wickedness. Now that He got wickedness in Him, He gonna see these things and say that's God. Or he's going to say, well, God, this is God's creation. So I pray whenever the sun gets in the moon, eclipse each other, I pray because this is God's creation. God didn't tell you to do that. You worshiping the sun and the moon when you do that. When you're messing with the eclipse, you are worshiping the sun, moon, and all the hosts of heaven.
Stop following the heat.
You ain't never seen nobody, the word eclipse, they don't care about that. I'm going to tell you something else. It didn't happen back then. Eclipses happen now in the wicked world. Eclipses didn't happen back then. Everything was set in order. It didn't rain out of season. And the sun and moon never blocked each other out.
That's right.
It happens now. There are a lot of things that didn't happen then that happens now because wickedness has grown in man and in the world. So the consequences, the penalties of wickedness also grows. It's easier to get sick today. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah. Right.
Huh?
Right.
Am I right or wrong?
Right.
Dudes that play football, back in the days when I was a young dude won the Super Bowl and he had a concussion. And he lived the rest of his life. Today, a little bump, boom. Oh, wow, man, he died. He got a blood clot in his brain. Iniquity has arisen. The consequences and the stakes are higher now. More severe, more harsh. Okay? There's less people with a heart on this planet than 50 years ago. For God and for each other. Wickedness is destroying man, and man don't see it. Man ain't supposed to see it. He's not supposed to see it. It has to get fulfilled. He said, this is his portion. But the righteous, I got something different for you. But you got to withstand this life, this bad boy called life. We got to stand. We got to withstand the trials. We got to withstand the ups and the downs. They call it the highs and the lows, and still serve God.
Right.
You can't get derailed. There's a lot, things happen in our life.
Misguided.
You forget that as you serving God, you challenging evil. You challenging the evil in you and outside of you.
That's right.
And the evil's job is to get you, me, everybody. It is a constant job. Even when we're not thinking about it, it's on us.
To defeat you.
To what?
Defeat you.
So that we could what? Sin before God and be destroyed.
And be destroyed.
That's right.
That's all. But our emotions get in the way. We start thinking about ourselves for the moment. And that's where I mess up at. Because now I'm going to say and do things for the moment. Because of how I'm feeling. God looked at that and said, that's not good.
Wow.
God said, that's not good. You're not receiving my correction. You're not getting it, son. You're not getting it, daughter. I did this to you so you could do this, not so you could do that.
You're running around with woe.
Okay? So we got to watch ourselves, watch our behavior, watch our reactions. Okay? And a little bit more love with each other. A little bit more love, just a little bit more. What is that? All right? A little bit. Give me a little bit. And I'll give you a lot. You give me a little bit, I'll give you a lot. I'm gonna double up what you give me. Okay? Time sheet.
All that is in the waters under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them nor serve them. Bow to those that got them in jealous.
It said, thou shalt not bow down thyself to them in person, bowing down to them and doing rituals to the statue or the picture. He said, nor serve them. Now, when you serve them, you don't have to have the statue in your house. You don't have to go to the temple or the church or wherever, the mosque. You don't have no images. You don't have no idols. But you follow the same days. Called Israel. Israel shares days with the heathen.
Right.
How? Just think about it. All I'm gonna say is just think about it.
It's crazy, man.
We're supposed to be different. We're different in everything, except we share the same holidays.
Yeah.
They got birthdays, we got birthdays.
Yeah.
They got New Year's, we got New Year's.
Yeah.
What's going on Mother's Day, Father's Day, and you know what? Y'all are just like the heathen. Because y'all made a big deal on Mother's Day. Y'all ain't make a big deal on Father's Day, just like the heathen.
Yeah.
See how y'all follow them? Y'all ain't even supposed to be following the days, but y'all got the same mindset.
Yeah.
You see a lot
Got
of
the same mindset.
you see a lot of brothers posting pictures with
him and his
kid
son.
on Father's Day.
Talking
They ain't say Happy Father's
Talking
Day.
about I don't
just
believe in
post it.
Father's Day, but you don't
got the
post yourself
spirit.
with your son.
There's a spirit that comes on all those holidays, not just Christmas.
Going.
Not just Christmas. There's a spirit that comes for New Year's. There's a spirit that comes for birthdays. There's a spirit that comes for all those holidays, which are not holidays. Those are days of rituals for the demons.
Right.
We are not supposed to be sharing those same days. Don't you think? God didn't say, okay, Leviticus 23, Deuteronomy 14. Those are the days. 3 appointed times. Those are the days. The head of the month, every head of the month, which is the new moon. When we say new moon, it's because the moon is renewing itself. It renews itself. When it renews itself, you don't see it for 3 days. You can't look and see the moon. Okay? Now it's Juneteenth.
Now you got brothers
Now,
celebrating Juneteenth.
They ain't know nothing about it until Biden came. Biden was the one that put that into motion. Okay? Before that, I had an uncle that used to live in Texas. Okay? And he used to always say, man, they don't celebrate that out here. I'm like, what? That was a thing for black slaves. This is the thing for black slaves. This was the last group of slaves that found out being slaves no more. And they had a big party that day. They were happy. I'd be happy too. I'm a slave. We all slaves. And one day we free. We partying that day. We're going to be happy. And somebody going to say, hey, this is the day every year. And this is how holidays get started. Okay? This is how holidays get started. But appointed times come from God. And the appointed times come from what happened with the people in the wilderness when they met God. You say, oh, it's Pesach. Okay, so y'all going to keep the Feast of Unleavened Bread to commemorate when y'all had to eat bread in affliction without leaven because you was being thrust out. And this is going to be a day to remember. And when the kids ask you why we doing this, this is what you tell them. That was the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Now we got the Feast of Booths. The Feast of Booths is when we was in the wilderness and we had to live in tents and booths. We ain't had our own houses. So he said, yo, as a reminder, never forget where you come from. This day come, you live in booths. Get out your house, make your booth. But then we can't do that now because we don't own the property. And then we got the one that just passed, Feast of Weeks. We count the weeks until the next harvest after Pesach, which is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Those are the days that we commemorate and we get together and get happy and bring the kids and party and balloons and chips and all of that good stuff and cake and ice cream. We don't do that on the birthday. We don't do that on Christmas time. We don't even do that for Hanukkah. Hanukkah is not to be giving presents out. There is no day that God gave us to be giving out presents. And then you got it wrapped in the bow. See that bow? You see that bow? And there's always a red ribbon. Later on tonight, I'll tell you guys what the red ribbon means. I can't say it now. That's how wicked it is. Tongue sheet. We gotta leave them days alone, man. You gotta leave those days alone that God did not command us to observe.
That's right.
If we are the chosen people, and if we are the elected people, and if we are holy and made to be different, why we got the same days as them?
Happy birthday. Talk about it, Coins.
That's a good question, ain't it? All the super scholars that know so much. Why we got the same days as them? We're not supposed to.
And they didn't. And they don't celebrate.
They don't celebrate these days.
They don't celebrate these days.
What's going on? What's going on? You don't hear no. You even say, "Well, yeah, no, I'm gonna come here and chill and talk and shop." Not one time they gonna do it.
Never.
Not one time. You hear me? Not one time. Time sheet.
visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me.
Don't bow down to none of those idols. He said, because I'm a jealous God. I'm mad jealous. I'm jealous, man. Yo, man, I built this house. I did this. I painted. I did all of this. And then you come in here and want to give it to him? He said, nah, man, can't do it. Shama did it. I'm going to get tight. I'm going to get tight. I'm going to get tight. Because they just said, these are the, this is God. These are the gods. These are the gods. To the gods. It's only one God. It's only one. That's why he did them like that. You just saw what I did for you, and you go over there. Of course he's gonna be tight. We would be tight too. It's only right. So now, once you go against God, whatever the iniquities that you did, those same iniquities, they're being passed down. They're going to be passed down to your seed. Now they're going to have to pass that test that you put up to them. You're making it harder for them. Sometimes, look. The iniquity is so bad, when they visit the children, they get sick, or they die, or they just bamboozle and bugged out and grow up not wanting to serve God. Time sheet.
And show mercy. Visiting the iniquity of the fathers.
Show mercy.
And show mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
That's how you show you love God. That's how you show you love God. That's how you show you love your parents. They're going to talk over you and say, man, Shama, oh, yeah. He listens, man. That's going to make me love you more. When you listen, when you hearken. Hey, look. When I see that you make yourself listen and you don't want to, stripes. Yep. Stripes from godly men and stripes from God. Right. Because I'm holding myself back. You know, I really want to smack fire out, but it would be wrong. Strike God if I don't do that. It's not my place to do that. Get back on point.
He said, I named you Shama.
Why is that? I named you Shama.
I named you Shama.
You got to fit that name.
He said, and on the up and up, he listens.
He listens.
I said, thank you.
He said, I named all my sons right. He said, I named all my sons right. All y'all got to do, he said, all y'all got to do is fulfill the meaning of your name. Everybody that took the name, fulfill the meaning of your name.
Right.
And my Abba said, Shama, my Abba said, he said what? He said that you're going to accomplish what you're supposed to accomplish. Just follow your name, the meaning of your name. That's right. So my Abba said. He said, you don't even have to know all the law. Live up to our names. But now I'm hearing names. Israelites got names I never heard before. They're making names out of words and things. That's not really a name. Your name's supposed to have a meaning on this planet with man or God. One who is like God. God has helped. Okay? My name shouldn't be Shukan. Shukan is a table. Or a kise, which is a chair. Okay? Or a number. My name is Echad. Chief Echad. Echad means one. That's not a name, y'all. Yo, Chief One. Okay? No. After the alphabet. What heathens do? Your name is Barry, they call you B. Oh, man. All right? Your name start with a C, they chop the name off and give you. In comparison, we're so much like them. C-Dog. Tom C.
Black man. Thou shalt not take the name. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Don't take God's name.
Don't say that.
It's more than one way to do that.
Don't say the name.
Stop stealing, nigga. No law is supposed to be violated if I serve God. Once I'm serving God, these commandments are getting violated by me. I'm serving Him for nothing. It's in vain. It's for nothing. What I'm doing, what I do, is in vain. It's for nothing. All that praying, all this, that, and the third, is for nothing. It don't count. Okay? Tell you.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy.
My imam always told me, you remember the Shabbat day after the Shabbat is over. You remember the Shabbat day Monday, Tuesday, because the week is for you to prepare for Shabbat. That's what my imam always told me about the Shabbat. So you can't forget. During the week, you're in everything you do is in preparation, and it counts down as it gets closer. Certain things you can't get accomplished, and it's close to the sundown, leave it alone. Do without. That's your test. God want to see if you're going to still go and do it. Okay? Washing dishes is work. Cleaning is work. Sweeping is work. Setting up chairs is work. Serving the food is work. That's why everybody serves themselves. Self-serving. The only time you self-serving. Now, I want to say something about the self-serving. Don't self-serve yourself so much. Have consideration. There are other people that have to eat after you. No, seriously. We don't care about ourselves. We don't care about each other. I don't care. I got 600 people behind me. I want it all now. Today is self-serving because you can't serve nobody, and serving is work. Serve comes from the word servant. What servants do? Servants prepare the food. Servants clean. Serve organize. They cook your food. They serve you. So we can't do none of these acts today, even though I'm not a servant. During the week, I'm going to the kitchen to get something to drink. Chief Abraham could say, "Hey Mick, could you get me some apple juice too?" I said, "Yeah, I'll get it for you." And I'll bring back a couple of juice for him. But he's not going to ask me that today. He's not going to expect that of me today. He's not going to get mad at me. He's not going to get mad at me. If I say, "Well, brother, today, you may not know, but today we don't serve each other. You're going to have to get it yourself." Oh, man, come on with that, man. You ain't going to serve God too long. That's right. Chump. You ain't going to be here too long. Oh, man, is this serious? Is that? Yes, it is. Everything that God speak about is that serious. Yes, it's that serious. There's no little law and big law. There's no kindergarten law and college law. Y'all did that to the law. Y'all categorized God's law. A lie is a lie. He didn't say, "Oh, it's just a white lie." Since one lie got a kind of color.
White color lie.
See the things that wicked people make up? If you sit down and listen to the things they say, if you can't beat them, join them. I've been hating on you for years. I can't beat you, so now I'm going to join you. Now, I've been hating on you for years, now I'm going to join you.
You hate people.
And I hate people.
Do as y'all will. Majority rules.
The sayings of these people are not good. We need to go by the sayings of the people who follow God. We need to go by the sayings of the people who serve God.
What's good for the goose?
What's good for the goose, good for the, what's good for him, good for you. No, he paid for his. He didn't. So you can't say y'all two in the same boat. That's the wicked. Yo, we could go on all day. Give me some more sayings, and I'll show you how wicked it is in those sayings. Or you want respect, you got to give respect. Wicked. Wickedness. Because they take that to their parents. Oh, but how about, you want me to give you so much honor, but you don't honor nothing, man. You better shut up, man. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I honor what? I didn't have to have you. I didn't have to have you. I could have done the ungodly thing and spilled you on the floor and got killed for it. But you still wouldn't have been here. What he said, I could have flushed you. You could have been in the bag. You should be glad I served God and you didn't come in this. Look. You wasn't a bastard. I was married to your mother. Okay? You didn't come in through incest. You didn't come through rape. Okay? You didn't come in through whoredom. So, yo, be easy. Be easy, be easy, be easy, be easy. Because when you was messing on yourself and crying about it, I took care of that. You didn't know how to do that. Okay? The God that you serve so bad right now, I introduce him to you. I introduce the Most High to you. You can never be above that person. Okay? We get out of our place too damn much. But I understand because they did it with Moses. They did it with Moses. Well, we know clearly who God selected was Moses. And God said, look, when you say, look, man, when I go amongst these people, Moses is a smart dude. I know how my people think. Yeah. I said, look, when I go and I tell them that God, they're going to kill me. Yeah. After a while, see, in time, when God told the prophet to go and tell the people something, right? Guess what? They went and told them, right? They was getting hit up. After a while, the prophet said, look, man, God, you want me to go tell this guy that? He's going to kill me. God said, don't worry about that. I got you. Towards the end of the history, God self-protected the prophets because he's going up to, look, everybody in that house served Baal. Everybody except the prophet. Prophet walk up in there. Everybody know who he is. They say, yo, you the leader here? Yeah, thus saith the Lord. Don't let him get it out. Cover his mouth. But once he pronounces it, it's over. They don't want him to say it. By the time they stop him. He said, he said, we may not make mention. He stopped him before he was able to mention God's name. Why did he stop him from mentioning God's name? Is something wrong? There was something not good with mentioning God's name.
Call your mother by her name. So hold your tongue.
Hold your tongue. He was about to say it. You know when we about to say a word. You say, oh, don't say it. Don't say it. No. Look. There's people that say, no, I don't want to hear that name in this house. And if you say that name, it's up. Right or wrong? We fighting. Name means a lot. You say, okay, you down? Okay, sign your name on the dotted line, that contract. Once you sign that name, okay? Yeah. Your check. You can't cash that check unless you sign your name. With what? Your name. If you don't sign it with your name, it's not getting cashed. So God's name is more useful, okay, than my name is to have to write on the check to get it. God's name is most holy. It should not be mentioned. Time sheet. Verse 9.
6 days shall thou labor and do all thy work, but the 7 days is Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
So you got 6 days, man. You got 6 days. That's more than enough time. You got a lot of time to get what you got to get done before the Shabbat get it. And like I said before, if you don't get it done, leave it. And after the Shabbat, you go back to it. All right? Everything must be shut down. Where I'm at, verse 10.
In it thou shalt not do any work. Thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in the midst.
God made look. He's giving you an example. He's using himself as an example. All this you see, God made in 6 days. So you got 6 days to do what you got to do. God had in everything so you could be like him. Okay? Time sheet.
In it, for in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in the midst, and rested the 7th day.
Now he said rested. All he did was he ceased. He didn't create nothing else. God doesn't rest. He doesn't get tired. He doesn't sleep. Spirits don't sleep. We sleep. We get tired. We are made in the physical. It needs to be regenerated. It needs to be like a battery. Okay? Tell me.
Wherefore the Lord bless the Sabbath day and holiday. Honor thy father and thy mother.
He said, honor your father and your mother. Yeah, but my father, he come in drunk. Honor your father and your mother. Yeah, but my mother, she honor your father and your mother. Yeah, but my father was never there. Honor your father and your mother. Honor your father and your mother. Honor your father and your mother. Honor your father and your mother.
Drugs.
What's wrong with you?
My mother on drugs.
Even if they don't serve God, honor your father and your mother. You don't have to talk to them the way you talk to them. I don't like the way y'all talk to your parents.
Facts.
Right.
If I could, I'll kill you myself.
Facts.
If your mother don't like your father, that's her.
That ain't got nothing to do with
Nothing
you.
to do with you. Respect that mother.
Nothing to do with you. Your father don't like your mother. That ain't got nothing to do with you. Because we don't complain about each other. Look. We love each other. We got a love-hate relationship. We got a love-hate relationship. I love you from far away. Hate you so much, we love you from far away. But guess what? The kids ain't got nothing to do with that. Don't pick sides.
At all.
Okay? And parents, don't have your children picking sides. Don't down the other to gain their side. You understand? Don't do that. They say, hey man, look, you hear me talk about your mother, but you mind your business. You hear me, but you mind your business. That's what the parents got to do. Tell the children mind their business.
That's right. Teach.
Mind your business. So the first thing I would do is look at me and see if I'm mad. Mad? Because me and your mother, I'm mad at your mother. I said, nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah.
You know what he said? He said, yeah, because you ain't going to want me in your business when you get mad at your woman. And I'm your father.
He said, it's my woman.
He said, it's my woman.
Before she was your mother.
Before she was your mother. Mm-hmm. So you got to remember these things. There was a time you wasn't around here. And it was me and her. And guess what? Since you came, when we split, when you came is when the split up happened. Everything was good too. You came. I heard parents say it. They say, you know what, man, everything was good till we had these kids. She turned on me once she got pregnant. It's like I put a demon in her. I've heard these things before. No. He turned once she got pregnant. Oh, pregnant? It ain't mine somehow. Gone. Don't want to claim. You out there just shooting it. Don't want to claim none of the bullet holes you put in the window. Yeah, he's shooting the cover. So, can't shoot the cover. Oh, listen, man. If your mother or your father don't like a certain thing I say, I don't like when you say that word. You shouldn't say that word no more. Right. Guess what? I elevate it. I don't say it when I'm around them. I don't say it when I'm not around them.
That's right.
Because they don't like it. Okay? It's not just because I'm around them, I'm going to act this way now. No, I'm going to be the same way when I'm not around them. Darcy.
Thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not murder.
This makes your days longer. Honoring your mother and your father. That alone lengthens your days. There's not, I don't even know if there's another law. There's no other law in there that has a length of days like this. This adds on years to your life. It's detrimental. Because if you can honor your mother and your father, you can honor God in his Sabbath. You can honor God and his laws. Because you didn't know God or none of his rules until before your father and mother. You knew them first. You knew them first. Honoring them is in practice of serving God. If you can get that right, it's easy for you to serve God. Because mommy said no. Okay. And I got used to that. Now I'm with God. I read God say no. I got no problem with it. I got no problem being told no. because I allowed myself to accept it when I was with my parents.
Right.
That's why you can't serve God now. A lot of you did not honor your mother and father, so you're going to struggle serving God.
Right.
Time sheet.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder. Okay? Yeah, because you grew up with nobody to honor. Now, no dad. Or if you had a dad, you didn't honor him. So you didn't get that practice. Okay? The mother too. You disrespect them. I see women call their mother bees.
Oh, man, you're trying to die.
Man, listen. The stuff that they do to their mothers now, it's hateful. They commit adultery with their mother's husband.
Yeah, man.
They run down on their mother's man now.
Yeah, but I don't care that she tried to get.
That's your mom. That's your mom. You talking about? Wow.
You gotta get away from it.
There's no hope for that person.
You gotta get away from it.
Time sheet. It said, "Thou shalt
Thou
not
shalt not
murder."
commit
Thou shalt not murder. In the English, it says kill. But in the Hebrew, it says murder. God has death penalties in here. Other than the death penalties, it's murder. Now, the death penalties you can't do here. You can't do today. You can't do today. When you had a chance to do them, you didn't do it. So now, I go kill somebody with these commandments. I'm good with God, but it's not a wise thing.
Mm-hmm.
And being wise is the thing. Okay? You got to serve God. Wisdom come to you. That helps you serve God. All right? He said, "Thou shalt not commit adultery."
Uh-huh.
No teen hop. Now, let's identify what adultery is. Adultery is different for a man and a woman. Adultery for a woman, all right, is one man. She can only have one man.
That's it.
One man. Okay? She's married to him or engaged to him. Once she lays with another man, she committed adultery. Adultery for a man now is when he lays with a married woman. She has to be married. If she's married, you go lay with her, you committed adultery.
That's right.
And the penalty for committing adultery
That's right.
is death
It's death.
for both parties.
That's right. That's right. That's
For
right.
the man and woman, they gotta go.
That's right.
There's no saying about leave her and just kill the man because he or leave the man and kill the woman. They both gotta go because this is adultery now.
Right.
See, marriage is sacred,
Right.
and it was a commitment and an oath made in
Right.
the eyes of God
That's right.
between this man and this wife, this man and this woman, so that this woman becomes his wife. Wife and husband has titles and duties and obligations.
Facts.
As a husband, it is my duty, okay, to feed, protect, teach, guide, comfort, all these good things to my woman at all times. That is my job.
That's right.
Look. Look. The knife coming, I'm stepping in front of it for my life.
That's right.
I'm taking it.
Man up.
That's
I'm
right.
taking the bullets. You're not doing that to my wife.
Man
You're not touching my woman. I won't go back crazy.
That's right.
You gotta do it to me.
That's right. That's
You gotta
right.
do it to me.
That's right.
So guess what?
That's
I
right.
need that same thing back, baby.
That's right.
I need that same thing back, baby.
Not the Rams horn?
Because if you turn into this, I'm gonna turn into a bullhorn. You ever seen a rhino horn? That can't mess with a rhino horn. Rhino horn is like this. Okay? You can take down trees. And so he told Jerry, Jerry said, look, man, don't worry about their faces. Don't worry about their faces. I'm gonna make your face harder than them. So don't harden up on me. Because I'll get like David. Lord David said, let me teach y'all something. Let me teach y'all something. The ark The ark of God is coming back, okay? Because it's been gone for a while. Y'all know that, right? When Hophni and Phinehas died in the war that the Philistines took the ark, right? That ark stayed in Philistine for a while. They sent it back, and it went to the threshing floor of Aruna. You remember the guy that went to touch the ark before it fell, and he went to grab it, and when he touched the ark, God killed him. Perez Usa, the breaker of Usa, the breach of Usa. The ark stayed in that man's house.
That's right.
You know how long? Until the time of David.
That's right.
So when the ark came into the city now, David was happy. And he took his sword out, and he's jumping and he's dancing.
And
He's dancing and singing for God.
That's right.
His wife, she said, look at you, how you debasing yourselves for the young virgins. You know what she's saying? Look at you. Look how you embarrassing yourself in front of the young maidens. He said, whoa. He said, wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. Stop the dance. He said, guess what? God picked me over your father. He said, God chose me over your father. Meaning I'm better than your father. And now you have me as a husband. You have no business talking like that. But because you care of how I look in front of them, you go stay there and we don't get touchy no more. But you still mine. That's what he did. He said, oh, I'm vile. Since we got to watch the words that you use with your husband. He said, I'm vile. He said, then I'm going to be more vile. Now I'm going to be more vile. Because I wasn't dancing for you, or none of them women. I wasn't even dancing for you because I'm committed to God.
That's right.
I was dancing for God. And since you want to put it in a little jealousy thing, guess what? Cut off. I'm going to do it even more now. So let's take these matters that we read about and let's not get into that. See what they did. Oh, sometimes all I got to do is keep my mouth shut. Listen to me, y'all. You get in less trouble when you keep your mouth shut.
That's right.
You're not speaking God. And when I say speaking God, I'm not talking about speaking about what other people do against God. Okay? Praising God. Just leave it alone. Keep your mouth shut, because all you're going to do is get yourself in more trouble. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not steal.
Taking things that do not belong to you has been done in so many different forms. We already know how that goes. You know it don't belong to you because you're sneaking and doing it. That's what you do when you steal. You're sneaking, or you're under the guise of someone else, or you're using their signature. All these things you got to leave alone. God don't like stealing. Okay? Hey, I found something. It's yours? Okay, I'll give it back to you. I may hate you. This is a test for me. Because I hate you and you hate me. But I found out it's yours. Yeah. I ain't got to like you. I can still hate you. But God's commandments is done first and foremost.
Right.
Time sheet.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Don't lie, man. You wasn't even there. I've noticed things that when matters come up, situations come up, the people that's talking about what happened wasn't even there. I'm like, oh, so you said, man, I know what happened. So you was there? No, I don't want to hear from you. And they get mad. And she probably, I don't want to hear from you. I want to hear who was there because you wasn't there.
Shut up.
You can't tell me. I want to know what that person saw it or heard it. You can't even tell me you heard it. You said, man, get out of here, man. You wasn't there. You the ones that were, the witnesses, the ones that was there, ain't saying nothing. But the people who wasn't there got a lot to say. We are backwards. Backwards people. Backwards, man. Those people were people who lied, man, and trying to we weren't scared of each other, so we didn't lie to each other. I told you the truth. Yeah, I did it. What you gonna do? You wanna go to war? Let's go. Let's go. That's how we got down. You know who we feared? God. That's why we were so blunt with each other and so blunt with God. It's oh man, look how he talked to them. No. We're too sensitive. You know why? We don't like to hear the truth. When we hear the truth, we get mad. They hear the truth, they got cool with it. They said, okay, cool. We hear the truth.
Reinz.
What they say, the truth hurts. Wicked people made that up. The truth hurts. The truth only gonna hurt wicked people. The truth only gonna hurt a wicked person. Verse 17. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. First, wait. So I got all this stuff here. That ain't even got nothing to do with God. A lot of this ain't got nothing to do with the Most High. It's about how we deal with each other. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Nothing of your brethren, nothing of your people, nothing of your neighbors. Go get your own. Go get your own wife. You go get your own manservant. Yo, man, look, man, I'll pay you. I'll pay. Look. I gotta work for me. And you come and tell the worker, yo, how much they paying you? 500? I'll give you double. And you take my worker from me. That's against God. That's my servant. That's my servant. I pay him and employ him to serve me. Okay? My ox, his ass, anything that is thy neighbor. It's a wicked thing when I desire things that don't belong to me. It's a wicked thing when I covet another man's wife. What are you doing? Why you keep gazing at her? Leave her alone and go get your own. There's 1,000 more that look just like her too. You can go out there and find her.
Why you got so much to say?
Why you got so much to say? Say I'm her husband, say it to me.
Concerning
the angel didn't say too much to the woman. He said, dust, dust, dust. And she went and told her husband, and then when he came, he told the husband more. Samson's parents, he went deeper. When the husband came, he went deeper. He explained himself. Don't get deep with my woman. She don't need to hear none of that.
No.
Come to her Lord. That's why Samson said, you didn't play with my heifer.
That's right.
You wouldn't have known it. So look, I'm gonna keep my word, but it's still gonna hurt you. Me keeping my word to God, I can still get something off on you. Come in, kill all these guys, 30 Philistines, took their stuff, say, here, with blood and everything on it. Yeah, hold that. Y'all wasn't, look. He didn't have the 30 change of garment because they wasn't supposed to know it. That was a riddle nobody was able to figure out. The only one that knew was who? His who? His who? His wife, his heifer.
So what that tell you?
So you watch what you let her know. But see, they pressed her.
They
Pressed the sword.
They pressed the sword.
They said, if you don't tell us the riddle, we're going to burn you and your father's house.
Yeah. It's not like she sat there and had a conversation with them.
Today, they just sit and have a conversation.
Yeah.
Today, they get mad at you and say, I'm giving them up.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
She was pressed.
Yeah.
She was pressed. I said, man, listen, I'm going to tell this dude the riddle because she's going to burn my mom's house up. Verse 18.
And all the people saw the thundering and the lightning and the noise of the trumpet. And the
No. While these words were given to the people, the first time these people ever heard these words was at the foot of Mount Sinai. Mm-hmm. And there was lightning, and there was thunder, and with the sound of a trumpet, it was a sound of trumpets blowing and blowing. But the trumpet didn't stop. The whole time, do y'all know that the whole time that mountain was on fire?
That's right.
Right? The whole time. And it was on for 40 days and 40 nights. It was like that for a while. Mm-hmm. Okay? Right? That trumpet was being sounded. Day, nighttime comes. It's still on fire, lightning, shaking. And the noise of the trumpet is still going. It was some drama. Do you understand? Try to use your imagination. Look. Everybody know how to lie, so use your imagination on this one. Because when you lie, you make up stuff and scheme up. You can make up stories. You can make a book. You can write a story, right? Okay, so use your imagination. For the next 40 days, all you're going to see is this mountain on fire, black smoke, lightning, thunder, no rain. No rain. Lightning, thunder, and fire. Usually lightning and thunder come with water, rain. But lightning and thunder came with fire and the noise of a trumpet. Okay? This scenario was supposed to be an introduction, right? It was supposed to impress the people. The people were supposed to say, oh,
It's still
wow.
fair.
What?
It was supposed to instill fear in them.
Okay. But it didn't.
Right.
It only put fear in them for the moment.
Right.
Because as soon as Moses left and went up to talk with God to get the rest of the commandments,
Right.
it said they quickly, God said, he said, get up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that means, right? Moses was down the whole time.
On his face.
He was on his face the whole time he was speaking to God. He wasn't just like this. Yeah, I can't see him, so I can't see him, but I'm still going to bow and prostrate myself. That's why God said up. Get down. Down now is get off this mountain. Get that back down. Do you know how long it takes to get to the top of a mountain? I worked in the woods and chopped trees as a lumberjack.
Mountains is hard.
I was able to look and see the city far away, all the way down there. The city looked like this. Okay? When it rains, I'm right there with the clouds. The clouds come and you it look like smoke, but you in the cloud. And you hear crack, 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 boom! Woke me up. I said, yo, what the hell was that? That was thunder. Had my heart like this. So imagine this scenario. You ever been around a mountain? Have you ever been in the mountains? They're big. They're bigger. No man can build a building as tall as a mountain. You see the city, and then you see the mountains in the back of Las Vegas, like this. The city down here, you see the mountains like this. Those mountains on fire. And guess what? You ain't on fire though. At the foot of that mountain, the fire didn't get to them. And the mountain smoking, the trumpet going on, thunderings and lightning. That was supposed to make them say, oh no, this is really God here. Like, he can do this. What else can he do? Whatever you say is golden. That's it. That's how they were supposed to take the Most High. Yo, you know what? No, this is the Most High God. Moses, what you want us to do? Okay, cool. All right, no. Y'all shut up and go. Let's go. This is God. This is the real God. Remember when he just got us out of here? Remember what he just did? The only ones that was doing that was Joshua and Caleb. Only 2 people was doing that. Only 2 people were saying, yo, don't sin. Let's not do that, man. That's why I say those guys, they follow God wholly, 100%.
They do something.
They did everything. And they urged the people to do so also. Tom sheet.
And they said unto Moses, speak thou with us, and we will hear.
It says, and when the people saw it, they removed the stone afar off. And they said unto Moses, speak with us, but we will listen, but let not God speak with us, lest we die. When I was little, I never understood that part. I'm like, why don't want God speak with them? God, right. But now, as you get older, you understand.
Here.
They were so scared. They said, look, we're going to stay here. You go over there and speak to God.
That was
right? And then when you finish, you come back over here. But if we see that you could go in the fire. We can't go in that fire. God can't speak with us. We can't speak with God. That's why they said that.
That's what God wanted. He wanted them to get scared.
They want them to be scared.
Fear in them.
Okay? And it worked. But as soon as the fire was over, it turned on Moses. The first thing it did was turn on Moses. You let us out here. You the one that came showing the signs and putting your hand in your bosom and come out wide. You're taking your stuff. You're doing all this fancy stuff. Now you got us out here and we starving. That's what they was telling Moses. That's our reaction is not supposed to be the same.
They wanted to do that to God.
What you think they was building a tower for? To go up there and pray? Tom Street.
And they said unto Moses, speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people,
Now Moses is going to tell them why you need fear.
And everything's
Okay?
so dramatic.
And why it's like this. Read. Fear not.
Fear not.
What he's saying, he's not saying don't fear God. No. He's saying you're going to
You're
live.
not gonna die.
You're not going to die because it looked like they was going to die.
Yeah, you're not gonna die.
Okay? That's how scared they was.
Right. Teach,
All right? The wickedness in them.
Teach.
It looked like they was going to die.
Teach.
So they said, fear not, for God has came to test you. He came to see what you got in you.
To prove you.
I'll put you close to my fire and see if you melt or you stand firm. All right? God has come to prove you, read.
And that his fear may be before your faces, that you sin not.
Because that's what's going to stop you from sinning. If you're not scared,
You're not scared, you ain't gonna stop.
going to do it. You're going to say it. You're going to eat it. You're going to celebrate it. You're going to bring it in your house. You're going to allow it. That's what stops us from violating God's laws. Not belief.
We are not Abraham, Isaac,
All right.
and Jacob. They ain't need
Fear.
fear.
They didn't need fear.
Abraham,
He
Isaac,
believed
and
them.
Jacob,
And that was righteousness. So God didn't have to scare him up.
None.
God didn't have to appear to him in fire and this and all this other stuff. Oh God, I'll do whatever you say. I'll do whatever you say. No, you don't want God to come to you like that. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, they didn't get scared. They believed God. They believed their parents. See, Abraham believed God, and then Isaac and Jacob believed their parents. Okay?
Why is that bush burning?
Why is it burning?
And it's not consumed.
Okay. That curiosity is what got Moses in. The more curious you are about God, the more curious you are about him and his ways and his commandments, he's going to be more curious than you. The more I invest into this, God will invest into you. The more time I put into this, God will put time into you. Okay? Okay? Look, that one caught everybody eye. Ain't no telling how long it was down there like that.
Hey, Chief.
That ain't catching everybody eye.
Hey, Chief. She went to work 6 o'clock in the morning and left a pot of water on, boiling. with
Yeah.
some tea.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
came back 6 o'clock in
Yeah.
the evening,
Yeah.
and the water was still boiling.
Okay, that's the Most
Calm
High.
boil.
See, the Most High does
That's
things.
the Lord of hosts.
See, by normal standards, it's supposed to be a fire.
It's gonna be a
By normal standards, this is supposed to go down. This is supposed to happen. But the Most High, look, he runs everything. Okay? This shows you that there is nothing impossible with the Most High God.
Nothing impossible.
Nothing
He wanted to show you.
impossible. Oh my
Some
God.
belief.
No ticket this week.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I ain't experienced
He
this.
can make the impossible. He can make the impossible possible.
I ain't experienced this.
God took it
I
this week.
Nigga just scrapple.
And that's how you would know it's God.
That's right.
I wanted to, but I gotta listen.
Okay? That's how you know it was God. Because normally this is supposed to happen, but it didn't happen. So well, I gotta push up more now. But when I see that, oh no, let me push up more. I want more of this. I want more of this. He's giving me a radar now. Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get that. I become a detector now. I can detect it in me. Now I can detect it around me. Yeah, that's what I need. Yeah, that's what I need. This is what I need. We don't have prophets. We don't have priests. We can't inquire of nobody. We can't. Who we got to inquire of? What man is walking out here? What man is walking around here right now that I can go and inquire of God? Can I go to any of the Kohens? No.
Yeah.
Then you ain't a Kohen.
One man I know that way. And I could inquire the Lord.
Stop.
Here with us.
And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven.
So they said, God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces. You know what I mean? 30 years from now, they're going to remember that day. And that's going to keep me from violating right now. I'm like, oh, nah, I already know. Man, I know what God can do. I'm too scared. I ain't doing that. Why you don't do that? Because I'm scared. That's why. Okay? He said that so that you don't sin. When you're scared, you ain't going to take chances.
right.
When you scared, you're gonna watch your mouth.
That's
When
right.
you scared, you're gonna watch your actions.
That's
When
right.
you scared, you're not gonna eat it
That's
until you are
right.
positively sure that there is no blood in it.
That's right.
Until you're positively sure it didn't die of itself.
That's right.
You're positively sure there's no fat in it.
That's right.
When in doubt, do it out.
When in doubt, do it out.
The first camp where all camps come from, Ben Isaac King of the first order,
That's
said,
right.
when in doubt, do without.
That's right.
When you don't know, and you can't figure it out, leave it alone. Don't partake of it. Don't do it. Don't party it. Don't do that, because you could be violated. And then you fear God. If you fear God, if you're scared, you don't go. You ain't taking chances. Say, nah, I ain't gonna take no chances. I'm walking this bridge. I'm not gonna take no chances. It seems kind of weak. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna do it. I'll go all the way down and walk on ground. But we take risks with God. You take risks with God. Maybe that's your destiny, huh? To take risks with God and then die. That's a lot of people's destiny. Y'all know that? Be careful that you don't wind up with the same destiny.
Let him alone.
What you say? Tobits.
He said, nah, take it back. It's stolen.
No, I didn't steal it.
Take it back.
I'm not taking no chances. Just when all of a sudden they give you something extra, take it back. You know why? You didn't steal it. It may have been stolen. And it wind up in my house.
He said, it's a curse to eat anything stolen.
So we all know that it's a curse to eat something stolen. You steal to eat. You steal to eat, you're eating curses. Thou shalt not steal. Well, we gotta do these commandments, man. We have to do these commandments or die. Time sheet. That's plain and simple, man.
Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold.
Because that's what the people do. The richest of people make their idols of silver and gold. Time sheet.
An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and thou shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name. I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn
See,
stone.
he's telling you, he tells you how to worship him. He tells you, okay? He tells you how to worship him. Yeah, serve the Most High God. I love it. Yeah, God tells you how to serve him. You can make an altar, but you can't carve it. You got to make one of hewn stone. Okay? You got to make it of hewn stone. Okay? God's altar cannot be constructed. You can't put a hammer on it. Okay? Talk shit.
But if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar. That thy
And the altar, everybody's altar had steps because the altars was real big and high. God said, don't make steps. He said, because then now you're going to have to lift your feet to go up the steps, right? And being that he had shorts on underneath, right? From the bottom of his kneecaps all the way down, that's his nakedness that God is talking about. Even though you got the robe on, he had linen breeches. See, if I do it, I got pants on. My nakedness is not being shown. But if I got shorts on, right? The shorts come down to here, come to my knee. So then you will be able to see some of my leg and my calf. That is the nakedness for man. Because God said that thy nakedness, whose nakedness? The priest's nakedness, be not discovered every time he go up the steps. Why do you think perverts will be waiting at the bottom of the steps to look up women's skirts?
Right by the train.
God got all that covered, man. Okay? That's it for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go to the next chapter. I got it here. 2 Kings chapter 3.
Second
Right,
Kings
chapter 3.
chapter 3.
2 Kings chapter 3. Read it when you're ready. Got it? Yeah.
Now Jehoram, the son of Ahab.
Ahab, we know who Ahab is. It's Jezebel's husband.
King Ahab.
He's dead now. His son, Jehoram. Read.
Now Jehoram, the son of Ahab, began to reign over Israel and Samaria, the 18th year of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah.
You got two kings. You got the king of Judah, which is the godly king. And you got the kings in Israel. Tashi.
And reigned 12 years. And he wrought evil in the sight of the Lord, but not like his father.
He said he wrought evil in the sight of God, but not like his father, and not like his mother. Meaning, he wasn't as bad as his parents. He was better than his parents. What made him a little better? Tashi.
And like his mother, but he put away the image of Baal that his father has
You
made.
see what he did? Say he was less evil than his father and his mother, because his father made an image of Baal. Now that he's in charge, look. My father got an idol.
You can't touch that.
I can't touch that idol, but man, we got to get rid of that. You got to leave Abba alone.
That's right. And he the king.
Leave him and his idol alone.
And the king. You gonna die.
You gotta stay out of that. Okay.
Now, when he came in,
Now I was there. He gone. The idol's there. I can throw it away now, and that's what he did. He put away the image of Baal that his father had made. Even though it's wrong, you cannot correct your parents.
talk about it.
You cannot correct your husband.
Talk about
The parents cannot correct. The children cannot correct the parents.
it. Talk about it.
That's just how it goes. When you try to do that, you're going to get a negative reaction
God ain't gonna do it.
every time.
God ain't gonna do it.
That's
Can you correct God?
No.
You can't, because God don't have a fault to correct. So therefore, who's lower can't correct who's higher. The authority.
That's right.
All right? And so he was a little bit better because he put away the idol that his father did. All right? His mother and his father, they were the ones who incorporated Baal worship all over the place. Jezebel killed the prophets of the Lord, and she uplifted the prophets of Baal. So now that their regime is gone, their son is not carrying that on. That the evilness, you don't have to carry that on.
You don't have to follow
You don't have to follow that. Township.
Nevertheless, he cleaved unto the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat.
But
Oh, so it's levels to witness.
there's levels.
It's levels.
He didn't do the evil his mother and father did, but he did the evil this guy
So
did.
you want to put out that one thing I did, and like be easy, sister. Be easy, brother.
Nevertheless, he cleaved unto the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. So, okay, you did good over here by getting that away, but you're still messing up because you're following this guy's sins. Jeroboam set up certain things, right? And the people followed that. And that's what he's following. So he ain't even following his mother and father's sins. He's following another man's sins.
That's right.
Okay? Tom shoot.
Jeroboam.
Which made Israel to sin.
And all of this, and the people we're talking about right now are kings and princes. These are the people, they are leaders. Whatever they do, the people going to follow. So now that he's following Jeroboam's sins, by him following those sins, it makes the people sin. Automatically, the people going to sin. Tom shoot.
And Mishah, king of Moab, was a sheep master, and rendered unto the king of Israel 100,000 lambs and 100,000 rams with the wool. But it came to pass when Ahab.
Okay, now, Moab was at this time. Moab was under Israel. They had to pay tribute to Israel. Okay. Mishah, king of Moab, was a sheep master, and he rendered unto the king of Israel 100,000 lambs.
That don't sound right. You just said Moab was under Israel. That don't sound right. We ain't live amongst them.
No, meaning that they would tribute. Because remember, God told us to wipe out the Canaanites. He didn't tell us to wipe out Moab. But we subjugated them. They had, in order to live, they had to pay 100,000 lambs and 100,000 rams. They had to pay in order to live. But this day, the prophecy of Balaam is about to come to pass. Remember Balaam?
Right.
In Numbers 25?
Right.
One of the prophecies of Balaam is in this chapter. You got to read in order to find it. Okay? So now these guys are paying. Moab is paying tribute to Israel. Time sheet. Verse 5.
But it came to pass when Ahab was dead that the king of Moab rebelled against the king of Israel.
So now look. Ahab died. So guess what? I'm not jacking a new king. Remember, this was prophesied. It was already prophesied. From when Balaam turned around, he said, he said, you're going to break the yoke. She's going to break the yoke. He said, Moab going to break the yoke. Edom going to break the yoke. And this is when they started to break the yoke. Down at the bottom. Time sheet.
And King Jehoram went out of Samaria the same time and numbered all Israel. And he went and sent to Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, saying, the king of Moab have rebelled against me. Wilt thou go with me against Moab to battle?
So now the king of Israel is going up. He's in trouble with Moab now. So he went to listen, man, king of Judah. We're brethren. This guy's coming up against me. Are you going to come and help me? Top sheet.
And he said, I will go up. I am as thou art. My people as thy people. My horses as thy horses. And he said, which way shall we go up? And he answered, the way through the wilderness of Edom.
So now, the only way to get through is we got to go through Edom land. Remember, Moab and Edom is right next to each other. So look, we got to get through Edom land. Let's go. Top sheet.
So the king of Israel went, and the king of Judah, and the king of Edom, and they fetched a compass of 7 days.
So now we got 3 kings, right?
Good.
The king of Judah, the king of Edom, and who else? And who else?
And the king of Edom. And they fetched a compass of 7 days' journey.
No. King of Israel, king of Judah, and king of Edom. In order for them to go to where they're going, they got to get through Edom land. So that's why the king of Edom is with them.
Right.
Okay? You ain't going to just go through my land like that. I'm going to let you through my land, but I'm going to escort you. So that's why he's there with them. He had nothing to do with this, but it's in his land. Okay? Top sheet.
And they fetched a compass of 7 days' journey. And there was no water for the host and for the cattle that followed them. And the king of Israel said, alas, that the Lord had called these 3 kings together to deliver them into the hand of Moab. But Jehoshaphat said, is there not here a prophet of the Lord, that we may inquire of the Lord by him?
The one that serves God, that's who came up with this. They all 3 in the same predicament. They out there in the desert right now, traveling, but now no more water. Ain't no more water. No more water, no more traveling. No more traveling, you're going to die out there. So they said, man, did God bring us 3 together so we could die out here like this? Jehoshaphat said, is there not a prophet? Ain't there a prophet around here? What you wasn't thinking? There gotta be a prophet somewhere close, right? That we may inquire of the Lord by him. And one of the king of Israel's servants is always a servant. Is always a servant that's there. It was the servants that say, yo, go get, you need to get David to get the harp. It was the servants that came up with that. Because they perceived he had it. Saul didn't say, I want a harp. Come bring somebody to play the harp and get it. No. The servants peeped that. The master going through it. Let me get that bit. The servants peeped David. How come when the baby was alive, you was fasting and praying, but then when the baby died, it's the servants that peeped that. So you got the leaders, and then you got the ones that be around the leaders. The ones that be around the leaders got to be sharp. Got to be sharp. For them to ask questions like this, they had to be there and they had to be sharp. He said, one of the king of Israel's servants answered and said, here is Elisha, the son of Shaphat, which poured water on the hands of Elijah. Meaning this is the one that came up after. He was Elijah's servant. He poured water. When Elijah needed his hands clean, he's the one that poured the water. For you to be able to serve this man, it's a high thing. That's why they said, man, he poured his water on Elijah's hands, meaning, oh, you want the word of God? Go to him. He came up under Elijah. Time sheet. Verse 12.
And Jehoshaphat said, the words of the Lord is with him. So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat and the king of Edom went down to him.
So that means the word of the Lord was not with a lot of them. supposed to be with everybody. But he just said the word of the Lord is with him. Meaning, not all prophets were speaking by the word of God. There were false prophets. Tamshi.
And Elisha said unto the king of Israel, what have I to do with thee? Get thee to the prophets of the fathers, and to the prophets of thy mother.
Listen.
Not playing.
Listen.
Messing with them heathens,
Yo.
man.
Yo. He said, yo, the first one he looked at was Jehoram, Ahab's son. He said, what are you doing here? Don't you got your own prophets?
400. I'm saying 400.
No. Why don't you use the prophets of your mother, Jezebel? She was over killing us. She chased down my master. Yo, I got words for you now, boy. What you coming here?
Exactly.
Nah, man, you wicked, man. You got prophets of Bill. What you doing? Coming here, inquiring to God. I got nothing to tell you. He got tight when he saw him. Look, he got tighter at him than when he saw the king of Edom. Matter of fact, he ain't said nothing to the king of Edom.
to say to that nigga, you a heathen.
He didn't even say nothing to him. Nothing. You just stay there and mind your business.
Shut up.
Tom sheet.
And the king of Israel said unto him, nay, for the Lord had called these 3 kings today, to deliver them into the hand of Moab. And Elisha said, as the Lord of hosts liveth, before whom I stand.
The king of Israel, he's telling Jehoram, see, the righteous know when not to answer. Dude, that's your problem there, brother. He's mad because you're here. He don't want you here because you got your mother and your father had a history of killing prophets, man. They was chasing them. Obadiah had to hide them. Jezebel was killing them. She was murdering prophets. And she went down that, like in history as that. So now this guy following in his mother and father's footsteps, all the prophets that's left back, they're going to have a problem with him. That's why he's beefing. Man, go to your mother and your father's prophets, the prophets of your mother. It says the king of Israel said, no. He said, God had called us together to deliver them into the hand of Moab. Right?
Watch the prophet.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You ain't the prophet. You coming to see me. And now you're going to tell me that read verse 14. Listen to what he said.
And Elisha said, as the Lord of hosts liveth, before whom I stand, surely, were it not that I regard the presence of Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, I will not look towards thee, nor see thee.
The only reason why y'all having this conversation with me is because of him, Jehoshaphat. Not you. Not you. You wouldn't even be talking to me right now if it wasn't for him. I would not even regard you guys if it wasn't for him. I would not regard you or you if it wasn't for him. He served God. That's why I came out. Because I want to know what he's doing with y'all. What are you talking about? Some of you guys need to keep your mouth shut. Yeah. You are not on the level. You're not even, name 3 laws that you've been doing for 10 years. 3. For 10 years. Non-stop. You're not on the level. Just surely it would not that I regard the presence of Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, I would not look toward thee nor see thee. He said, I would in LA, they'd be like, man, dudes can't see me. That's what he said. You can't see me. So I wouldn't even see you. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even regard you. I wouldn't your presence, you could be standing in front of me and you will ghost to me. You're still not here. Okay? Time sheet, verse 15.
But now, bring me a minstrel.
A minstrel. What's a minstrel? A person that plays string instruments. Because a harp, you got harp. You got what's the name of the one that I bought that you had? Harp. No. It's a different name. The harp is the one like this. Right. The one you got. Minstrel. No. It's gonna come. Okay. But a minstrel is one that plays psaltery. The psaltery. The harp and the psaltery. That's what he got. Okay? It's a string instruments. This is where the violin and the guitar and the piano comes from. From this instrument, the harp. Okay? It said, bring me a minstrel. Now, I need somebody who knows how to play the harp. And apparently, in Israel, you had people that knew how to play the harp. David knew how to play it. And it's a very beautiful sound. It sounds like, the sound is beautiful. Okay? It calms you down. That's why he's asking for it. Because he's tight right now. He's mad. The prophet is upset because of the king of Israel is there. He don't like him. It's beef. So he said, look, man, all right, for me to go and inquire of God, I can't go and inquire of God mad. I can't go and pray to God and I'm mad. You got me mad. I'm mad with you. And I'm cussing. And then I go pray to God. No, I got to give it some time. There's times I was mad about a situation and everybody's saying, Mink, I try to pray. I said, nah, y'all go ahead. Yeah, but you got to say, yeah, I got to say it. I have time. I have all night to say it. Y'all go ahead, man. I'm tight right now, and I have to calm this down first before I present my prayer to God. It said what? Before thou prayest, prepare thyself, and be not as one that tempted the Most High. Okay? Talk shit.
And it came to pass when the minstrel played that the hand of the Lord came upon him.
Say that again.
And it came to pass when the minstrel played that the hand of the Lord came upon him.
Because the minstrel playing, guess what? It wasn't the minstrel. It calmed him down. You ever seen how? Look. We listen to people who talk about killing each other, right? We play that. We be happy. Yeah. We cleaning up. The stuff this dude talking about is crazy. They didn't listen to nobody rapping or singing. It's just the sound. He sat down and started playing the harp. The harp make the evil spirit leave. If the harp make the evil spirit leave, it could calm down anybody's anger. So it calmed him down. And when he calmed down, he said, thus saith the Lord, verse 16, make this valley full of ditches. For thus saith the Lord, you shall not see wind, neither shall you see rain, yet that valley shall be filled with water, that ye may drink, both ye and your cattle and your beasts. Remember, they don't have no water. So he said, dig a trench, right? Make this whole valley like that. Okay? You're not going to see the sky's going to be clear. It's not going to get dark. No gray clouds coming. Oh, it's about to, we can tell when it's about to rain, right? You ain't going to see that. He said, you shall not see rain nor wind, yet that valley going to be filled with water. When you come next minute, you look, the valley filled with water. God made water appear there. Time sheet, verse 18.
And this is but a light thing in the sight of the Lord.
They said, this ain't nothing. It's light. It's light. It reminds me of the battle rapper. Every time he say something heavy, everybody go crazy. He said, oh, that's light. He said, that's light. He said, that ain't nothing. Y'all think that was something? That's God. To do something like that ain't nothing. This is light work. He said, it's but a light thing in the sight of the Lord. He will deliver the Moabites also into your hand. He said, I'm going to deliver the Moabites into your hand. Y'all going to win. He said, and ye shall smite. This is a command, right? You go up against these guys, destroy every fenced city. I don't want none of their cities guarded. Destroy their cities. This is what God is telling them. He said, in every choice city, and every one shall fell every good tree. I don't even want them to have trees in that land. Chop all their trees down. Get them up out of here. They gotta go. We'll take their resources, make it to where they gotta go. He said, all wells of water. Okay, we taking that. We stopping up their wells of water. He said, and mar. They got that word mar. Mar means to destroy, to disrupt the 100% of. If anything is 100%, once it becomes 99% of anything else, it's marred. Okay? So it said, so if I do that to my beard, it's marred. If I do it to my head, it said, thou shalt not mar thy beard. So any part of your beard is a corner, it's a border. It's not supposed to be touched. That's why it says it the way it says it, but people reading don't understand what they're reading. They don't understand Tershatha. Tershatha is governor. Tershatha, they don't understand. And when someone who understands try to tell them, they stubborn up more. That's how I know you're destined to die in your sins.
And when you shave and make videos bragging about it, you're bragging to God, not to us, stupid.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, Israelites is retarded.
Wow. You trying to prove a point?
Spectrum Israelites.
You're doing that way. Like Moses said.
Spectrum.
Moses said, God has heard all the words that you said in your tents and by your doors. He heard all your words, everything you said under your breath, all that stuff he heard. Okay? He said, it's to God. He said, Moses said, it's not for me. He said, I'm letting y'all know. Look. And he's mad. That's what he told him. He's mad now.
Bucking the system. Ram's horn.
And mar every good piece of land with stone. And it came to pass in the morning.
You know what that means? You can't grow nothing in that land no more. All right? So look. You can't grow nothing there. No trees. There's no, so that nobody could settle there no more.
And it came to pass in the morning when the meat offering was offered.
In the morning, with a meat offering. Okay? The offering of the morning is shakari, which is the offering in the dawn. First light, okay? Most of the time, look, I ain't got to set my alarm. Most of the time, the only time I'm not up is on Friday night. The week, I'm up all night. I'm up all night because of my job. And I'm up all day because of my job. And sometimes I don't sleep. Shakari come, I'm already up. I'm already there. I send it up, it then go out. And this is the same time that this happened. He said there came water by the way of Edom, and the country was filled with water. Now I looked on the map. You can't see, you can't say where the water is by the way of Edom. The water came from somewhere out of the land of Edom. God called it. Okay? And when all the Moabites heard that the kings would come up to fight against them, they gathered all that were able to put on armor and upward and stood in the border. And they rose up early in the morning, and the sun shone upon the water, that same water that God put in the valley. All right? God got water in the valley. Now, they drank the water. There's a lot of water still there. The next day, all right, they rose up early in the morning, and the sun shined on the water. And the Moabites saw the water on the other side as red blood. Do you know what's going on? The water that God gave them, we drunk, boom, boom, boom. We left going about business. There's still water there in that valley. When the sun came up the next day, and the Moabites came out to fight us, from where they're at, they could see the water, but they see it look like blood. God made them see blood. He didn't let them see water. He let them see blood. And when they saw that, they said, this is blood. The kings are surely slain. God tricked them. God tricked them. Make them look. See, God can make you see what he wants you to see. Look, there's times when they say, man, what's wrong with you? You didn't see that right there? I said, no. Man, get out of here. You standing up right here. Yo, God caused that to happen. God ain't want him to see it. God want that to go down. Do you understand how you get? You could be looking for something and it's right in front of you. I know you've done that before. I know you've done that before. Come on, stay with me, y'all. I know it's about to end. I know we at the end. Stay with. It's in my hand. I had to pen them out. I'm like, it's right there in front of you. God will come find you. I got the glasses right here. And I said, yo, man, somebody stole my glasses, man. And it's right here. Or it's up here, sitting on my head. Blind you, man. He said, and they had smitten one another. Now, therefore, Moab to the spoil. So the Moabites think all that blood is the Israelites' blood. And when they came to the camp of Israel, the Israelites rose up and smote the Moabites so that they fled before them. But they went forward, smiting the Moabites even in their country. And they beat down the cities on every good piece of land. Okay. Now, verse 26. When the king of Moab saw that the battle was too sore, he took with him 700 men, drew swords to break through even unto the king of Edom, but they could not. Then he took his eldest son. Look what he did. He took his eldest son that should have reigned in his stead and offered him for a burnt offering upon the wall. Okay? And there was great indignation against Israel. And they departed from him. And that sacrifice, he sacrificed his own son. Sacrificed his own son on the wall. That's what the Philistines do too. That's how they live. The reason why he did that, because they believe that they give up their sons to their deities, that their deities is going to grant them whatever they want. Okay? But these are stories that were made up by man.
History. That's right.
Man archived these things. Man is the one that did this. So the Most High made man upright. But he sought out many inventions. So all the stuff we use today did not exist. We didn't have ice. You want ice? You gotta go where it's cold at. Yeah.
Iceland.
Okay. We didn't have refrigerators. We didn't have freezers. If your clothes got wrinkled, they were just wrinkled. There was no irons. Let's really just think about it. These things you don't need. It's vain. They make these things up to make your life easier, but it takes away from you. So a lot of things that didn't exist back then that exist now, and we look at the commandments, we look at this book, and we put modernization in here.
You try to upgrade, update it.
You forget that this stuff didn't exist back then. Their mindset was different back then. Not even the wicked think like the wicked today. The wicked back here had more honor. They will have more honor. They will have more honor to God's commandments than the wicked today.
Yeah.
How about that? That's why I say seek ye the ancient path, right? That means you're going to find it. If you seek it, that means you're going to find it. He said that when you find it,
Walk therein.
walk therein. It's not something I could open up and put my feet in and start walking. It's not a treadmill.
And be thou perfect.
This is how I have to live now, after the manner of what I'm reading. That's just how I gotta follow, and this is how I gotta guide my family, so that my household will be commanded after me, like who? Abraham.
That's right.
No. That told me. That's a flex. That told me that's a big flex.
Big flex.
For a man that got his household.
God said, I know Abraham.
God said, I know. No. You can't come tell me that he ain't got control in his house.
That's right. That's right. That was a flex in God's eyes.
For me to have my household follow after me in anything, I have to be right.
Hey, God flex on that.
Okay. And the Most High. And look, you don't hear man talking. That's why I said let God brag about you.
Man gonna hate.
Let your parents brag about you. Let me brag about you.
Man
Don't
gonna hate.
pat it. Man hate.
Man gonna
And
hate.
look. Today I pat your back. Tomorrow I stab it.
I stab it.
So that don't matter. Let God and your parents. Those words is what defines you. Let God and your parents criticize you, and you shaping yourself to good criticism from them.
Yup, man gonna hate.
Man gonna hate. I'm gonna say it again. He'll flatter you first, and then stab you in the back. Okay? The man said, "Hey, man, wait a minute. Y'all just kicked me out. My family kicked me out, and then y'all kicked me out the city. Y'all kicked me out the city because my family kicked me out because y'all said my mother was a concubine. She wasn't a wife. That's what they said. So she wasn't entitled. She don't get no entitlement to this inheritance. So now that you guys in trouble, I'm the one that swing the sword though. Oh, now you want to come see me?
I'm nice.
Because I'm nice, and my man's is nice. Me and my man's is nice. Now y'all want my help. He said, now you want me to be your captain. Yeah, but he still went and did it. But he had to let. He said, "Yo, man, just remember how you treated me, man. Remember that day." What we all say, yo, remember, yo, I ain't forget that day what you did to me. But I'm gonna still help you. I'm gonna still help you, and I ain't got to, because you did me dirty. So what? I'm supposed to do it back? He said, "All right, come on, I got you, man. I got you, man." And with that, I hope you got something on what was brought for the rest of the day. I Been trying to talk about forefathers. Shalom Aleichem. Why you still ring the bell on me?
No,
When I dismiss myself already.
No, I gotta hit it.
I ain't got no questions. Somebody